It's a good starting point to talk. I've already said this. Donald Trump, don't bomb anything. Don't bomb anything out. Put them back online. Don't blow them up. Don't destroy things. If you really want to do something, send in your best teams to take out the entire regime that's left. Take them all out. But don't drop bombs on them. Don't blow them up. Don't blow up anything. You've already destroyed their capacity to mess with nuclear stuff. So get these people back online. The blackout's still going on and people are still dying like crazy. Like half the stuff that I've seen can't really even be shown on a stream. Get these people back online. That's the ultimatum that you give. You tell that government, put your people back online, or you won't know when you're about to be hit. You'll just disappear. That's what you tell them. You already see that they're not going to listen to your idle threat of, if you kill protesters, it will be bad for you. You already see that they don't care about that. You give them an ultimatum that they know they can comply with, and you just tell them they have 24 hours to put the country back online, and if they don't, they won't know when the 24-hour window is expired. Because they'll just be straight deleted. And all of a sudden, the country goes back online. We don't need a major incursion force. We don't need any of that. The best teams can go in there and lay waste to the rest of that regime and delete all of them. Put that country back online. You put them back online, then the people who say they're there to help have no reason to not help, because then they see what's going on. So you give them that 24-hour, you have 24 hours to comply or you will be deleted. And we won't drop any bombs on you. The best soldiers we have will delete you. Because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of soldiers that are itching to pop some heads of the Ayatollahs. And that's how you do it. You put them back online. Oh, that's probably fake. It's not about they clearly knew. You all are misunderstanding this stuff. Not that they clearly knew. Of course they're going to know. It's a plan. You're going to know every aspect of a plan. The only thing you're not going to know is certain variables that it's impossible to account for. But when you're the one creating the plan, and just basically using entertainment as a way to tell the world, basically pretty much tell the world about it, because Men in Black wasn't just a United States thing. It was a rest of the world thing too. People around the world know about the Men in Black. So it's no different than what the Simpsons do. People say that they tell the future. No, they don't. They are just telling you what's in store for the future, because they've been aware of what's in store for the future. It's not any type of fortune telling. It's really not. They're telling you something they plan to do. And in 1997, that's the case, and that's what they were doing. They were telling you that they plan to knock down the World Trade Centers. So I want to see this. This is hilarious.
You, Mr. Chairman, since you bring it up, why don't we just start there? Dr. Verma, I wasn't sure I understood your answer to Senator Moody a moment ago. Do you think that men...
Funny enough, they might not, but I've had some of these places where I watch some of these videos on X and the sound plays. I've had a couple of these people, like organizations, not really block my video, but put like a little copyright warning. Like, your video contains my stuff, and at any moment in time, I can not like what you say and have you take it down. It's so goofy. That's why I try to talk and break it up as they play.
Men can get pregnant?
I hesitated there because I wasn't sure where the conversation was going or what the goal was. I mean, I do take care of...
The first words that came out of her mouth said, "I'm going to give you a Karen response because in my polluted brain, yes, I believe in my stupid way that men can get pregnant." Like, the fact that it wasn't straight up yes or no that came out of her mouth is how you can tell this is just another idiot Karen that doesn't belong in her position and somehow dodged all abilities to fail out of med school. AKA probably carried by something. Because if you can't answer a simple question, and it's very simple. Men cannot get pregnant. That's it. That's it. End of conversation right there. There's no extras on top, next to, below, outside, and asterisk. There is no extras to that. Men cannot get pregnant. Stupidity and idiocy can impregnate their brain, but that doesn't mean they can get pregnant. Because idiocy can impregnate anybody. I guess people like this speaking are birthing something. They're birthing more ignorance into the world. So I guess men can get pregnant and give birth. I mean, some would say that, well, yeah, you give birth to stupid. Yeah, I guess so. I guess in that context, men can get pregnant and give birth. But letting these stupid Karen types keep sitting up here and showing how dumb human beings can be is why we can't truly progress forward.
Of patients with...
Stop giving these people an avenue to success. Really, stop, because you're doing a disservice to survival of the fittest, natural selection, and all that, because you're giving these people the ability to dodge being taken out by nature. Because nature somehow does very well in attacking these people. But when you have tons of resources, because you've been carried along your entire life, it's very easy to subvert nature. Takes quite a bit to actually for nature to best you when you have, I mean, no worries because you've been carried forever.
With different identities, I take care of men and women. I take care of people with
Because his question was exactly that. Do you take care of people with many identities? Who are the people that you take care of? I guess that would have been his question. Who is it that you take care of? And what is your goal?
different identities. And so that's where I paused. I think
I mean, you could have left this out of here. You don't even have to put that in there to know that she has liberal policies. Like the fact that this first word isn't no, that tells you she has liberal policies. And she has absolutely no conservative policies. Which is why she's one of these people that got carried along for most of her life. Her adult life is no different.
yeah, I wasn't sure where you were going with that.
Well, the goal is just the truth. So can men get pregnant?
Again, the reason I paused there is I'm not really sure what the goal of the question
The goal is just to establish a biological reality. You just said a moment ago that science and evidence should control, not politics. So let's just test that proposition. Can men get pregnant?
I take care of people with many identities, but
Can men get
I take care
pregnant?
of many women that can get pregnant. I do take care of people that don't identify as women. That
Can men get pregnant?
again, as I'm saying,
Let me just remind you what you testified to a moment ago. Science and evidence should control, not politics. So can men get pregnant? You're a
totally
doctor, I
agree.
think.
Science and evidence should guide medicine.
Do science and evidence tell us that men can get pregnant? Biological men, can they get pregnant?
I also think yes/no questions like this are a political tool. And
No, yes/no questions are about the truth, doctor. Let's not make a mockery of this proceeding. This is about science and evidence, and I'm asking you. You know, the United States Supreme Court just heard.
And he said it perfectly. These people make a mockery of the entire system, not just bits and pieces of the system. These people make a mockery of the entire system. It's a simple yes/no question. There is no political tool in the backing of it. It's a scientific question backed by biological evidence. And if you can't simply answer the question, you don't deserve to be a doctor. Because the whole purpose of a doctor is to be able to answer scientific and medical questions without biasness. But yet some of these doctors can't get that through their head. They didn't go through med school practicing political doctory. They went through med school to practice medicine. Some sort of specialized medicine. Not medicine within the scope of politics. So constantly bringing a political ideology into science is why these people don't belong in the positions they are in. This lady needs stripped of her titles, stripped of her credentials, because she obviously learned absolutely nothing in med school. Because it's not like she's a doctor of politics. No, she is a doctor in a medical field. So if you can't keep your biasness at home before you go to do your job, then you probably shouldn't have these amazing titles that you carry around and wear like badges of honor, because you do disservices to them and you make a mockery of them and the systems. Get these people out of these positions, strip them of their titles, and send them back to square one where they belong. And I guarantee you, when you do that and they see that there is nothing that they are good at, that they can take up space in, then they go back to being McDonald's workers. Then you get your actual fast food worker that should be working in fast food. These are the people that should have been stuck in fast food. These are the people that should be stuck stocking shelves in grocery stores. Can't keep the biasness aside to use the medical expertise that she was bestowed upon. Because let's be serious, she's not some gifted medical practitioner or scientist or whatever. She's not gifted. She's a standard Karen who used the DEI policy bullshit to get her way through the workings. Well, she's not a white woman. It doesn't matter. Women are the ones that benefited the most from the DEI policies. They were nothing about race. They were all about making sure that women started to get their foothold in places that they wanted to Karenize. Like these positions, sitting here, dodging a fucking yes or no question as if there's a moral standing to it. Get them out of these positions. Send them back to fucking McDonald's. They should be the ones putting fries in there, teaching children how to flip burgers. Not the computer science person who can't get a fucking job in computer science because they're taken up by other people who somehow can get the same expertise Oconus and then bring their job here and take the job. Because that's exactly what's happening in this country. It's become so imbalanced with who actually belongs in these jobs and who used policies like fucking liberal policies, DEI policies, and policies that are purposely used to stop people who belong in jobs from being able to get those jobs. It's a participation trophy thing. We stop allowing this participation trophy stuff and we go back to actually quality workforces in this country. We won't have Somali fraud. We won't have immigration fraud. And I could have told you this. A lot of these women aren't flocking here to the United States like some of the other ones are. It's because they want their country to be that. They want their country. They want to be able to choose to not follow the religion with strict parameters of their own volition. Not be undermined by a bunch of overprivileged, overvalued white women in the United States who only say they're fighting for it, while at the same time wrapping their heads up in the scarves. A lot of these women, even more so the newer age women, a lot of the newer age women in countries like this, they don't want to live like that anymore. They don't want to live with those massive constraints against them. If you really think America has such a stranglehold on women, what the hell do you call this stuff? These women are allowed to be objectified in these countries. Women aren't politically objectified in the United States. They are behind the scenes by our leaders. That's because nobody will hold them accountable for that stuff. They just call in a cleaner and nobody hears about it. But in these countries, it's allowed to openly happen. They're essentially, it's like part of the everyday life in countries like this. They're purposely allowed to be objectified. So if you think women in this country are so oppressed, women have no rights in America, then go the hell to Iran, go to hell to a Middle East country, somewhere, anywhere in the Middle East, anywhere that follows that you must stay completely covered to stop the overindulgence. It's you that's the problem. That's these countries. America doesn't live like that. America doesn't persecute and prosecute women for showing a sliver of hair in this country. No, these women, the women that do that here, choose to carry that stuff from there over here, and then want to change us into doing that because they're so offended that they don't want to break the shackles of that oppression. So don't act like that oppression exists here, because it doesn't. It does not. We have a first world oppression. It's more financial here. Our oppression here is more financial. It's not religious. It's not political. We are more slaved to money. Like, that's where our oppression comes in, finance. But again, it's still a very minute oppression in comparison to the financial oppression that Middle Eastern countries deal with. They deal with 1,000,000 times more financial oppression than we do. We have first world problems, financial oppression. But that's literally the only real oppression that actually happens here, that is like something that everybody in the world can relate to. We don't have religious persecution and oppression here. We don't. And even then, we don't even have ideology oppression here. You can believe any and everything you want. You can do you to the maximum degree. Where it's not okayed is where you start trying to push that on to everybody else and make everyone else live that way. That's where it becomes not okay, because that's things that oppressors do. People who try to begin an oppression, some type of oppressive regime. That's what they do. They try to force everybody else to believe exactly what they believe. And if they don't, then they'll find a way to persecute them. AKA anybody screaming unjust racism anywhere, Aaronism, all these things are their own inherent oppression. Because the first thing, again, I had it in a video yesterday. I put it up in one of my highlights yesterday, where the Karen spawns in from the bush. That's that right there. That's that oppressive attitude. Has no idea what's going on. Just wants that person to do what they say and stop doing what they think is bad. It's all about the self-centering thing. So Karens are oppressors. No, we're out fighting. No, you're not. No, you are not. You are attempting to keep a type of oppression around. And that's the weird thing is, you guys don't understand, is that if you were fighting for the right side, you'd be fighting for the illegals to be sent home, to go home, for criminals to be sent out of here. Because, like, if you were fighting for oppression and people who were being beat down and stomped on, then the victims of the illegal criminals, the violent illegal criminals, those victims are being oppressed by them. The ones that are coming in and defrauding the system and stealing millions and millions of dollars, they're actually oppressing the neighborhoods that they live in, because all the tax dollars that are being paid to that area are being funneled to that one place, and things like local infrastructure, local EMS, fire, police, they're not able to maximize their budget spending like they should be able to. When you defraud the public of something using illegals and illegal immigration, like these Karens fight for so hard, when you fight for them, you're fighting for them to oppress your neighbors. You're literally fighting for them to oppress your neighbors. Because if you think that they're going to go out and spend those millions of dollars on your neighbors because they see how bad the government is financially to everybody, no, they're not. What they're going to do is they're going to wrap it up in a pretty little bow and send it home to fund terrorism, to fund more of their family members that have no brains in their head to come over here to keep increasing the unemployment rate in this country, as well as increasing the amount of welfare applications being submitted, the amount of identities that are being stolen. Like, people aren't able to prove that they're themselves because their identity was stolen by an illegal immigrant who's now using it in the country. So by fighting for them, that's what you fight for. By stopping illegal immigration, you're saying that it's okay for them to oppress my neighbors because I feel like they should be given better circumstances. So again, you're sacrificing the many for the few, because that's what's happening. When you support illegal immigration, you're fighting for a very small group of people over the encompassing people that are the United States citizens. So no, we are not oppressed. We are not massively oppressed. We're more like, some of us are financially oppressed. And that's it. And that's because of the complete imbalance in the financial balance sheets. The people who know the least only, like, they know how to do one specific little thing. They had an idea and now they deserve to be billionaires. That's kind of the imbalance. While everybody who's doing all the work to keep all of that floating, they are the ones that are essentially oppressed. But it's an oppression where we've propped up corporate America as being the only thing it's literally, to them, it's the only thing that runs the country. Corporations are the reason America survives. If it wasn't for corporations, America would have faltered and folded. Like, that's how they see it. That's why when I say none of them are for us, that's what I mean. If they had to choose between the American public and a corporation, they will choose the corporation. Because to them, a corporation is a black and white guarantee. American people, not so much. There's a lot of gray area in civilians and people and humans. A lot of gray area. So you got to kind of navigate all of that. It's too much work for them. These people want to grow old, make millions off the backs of the taxpayers, and then when they retire, be taken care of, because now they have tons of back-end wealth that they built while they were in politics by helping their friends in the corporate sector. I mean, this is why I say that these politicians are not for us. None of them are for us. They are for each other, corporate interests, and other rich people across the world. Because just like when you were a kid, you weren't friends with all the kids in the neighborhood, but you knew about most of them. You didn't like all the kids in the neighborhood, but you knew about them. You had your friends. They had their friends. That's politics. That's literally what politics is. It's the adult version of neighborhood friendships. I don't like them because they're not able to afford the same things that I can afford. I don't like them because they think they're better than everybody. That's what these people do. They've turned the childhood, like the way people lived as children in a lot of cases, and they've translated it into politics. Because that's all they do. They sit and they argue about the same stuff. They pretend like they're not still part of the same neighborhood of people. They pretend like they all have completely different ideologies when they don't. All their ideologies just vary slightly. And a lot of times it's just who's telling them what to do. Like, a Democrat hates when a Republican tells them what to do, and a Republican hates when a Democrat tells them what to do. It's just the way it is. It's just people don't want to be told by somebody that they don't see as a peer. They don't want to accept what they got to say. So that's what they do. They sit and they argue with them and they block their proposals and they say, no, you're just doing this all for yourself. And then that's the same argument the other side has. No, you're just doing this all for yourself. And then they bicker back and forth. You think that they're really worried about how all this affects us? No, they don't. They don't care. And it's the reason. The reason is that they don't have to care. They really don't have to care. Because as we see, the Epstein files still heavily redacted, not being fully released. We're about to go to war with a bunch of countries across the world, as well as some countries down in South America. I mean, all of it. Like, we see so many things that we were told that are kind of starting to backslide. Well, we couldn't foresee Iran just being so bad. No, you guys have been watching this. Like, that dude, it looks like he's about 80 years old. And from everything I've read, this has been going on for the last 40 plus years. So 47 years, I believe. So for the last 47 years, you guys were just sitting back and hoping that the Iranian people would do what they're doing now? Come on. If you guys actually cared, you would have helped them get the tools to do what they're doing now. You would have shown them that they don't gotta come to the West to believe in what the West represents. All they gotta do is start doing what the West actually used to say. As long as you believe in yourself, almost anything is attainable. Even the bad stuff. Even the bad stuff. For those that they like to see the morbidity and everything. Even the bad stuff. Even if you wanted to do the worst thing possible, if you believe in yourself, you could probably achieve some of it. That's not condoning it. It's just, man, it's just realism. I'm realistic. I know how all this works. Because if you think that those people all of a sudden out of the middle of nowhere just decided, you know what, 47 years later, we're done. We're done. We can't do it no more. No, there was something that they saw and that they were given to believe in that said, you know what, it's gone way too long. I don't know why we let it go on this long. They don't do it out of nowhere. There was something that was keeping those people oppressed. And not just that regime that was keeping them oppressed. Because right now they're still fighting, even with high casualties. They're going to have to at least basically kill the entire country to stop these people. And if they do that, they are over. Iran is over as a country. And if they do that, then they will end up being bombed out of existence, because there will be no innocent lives that that anybody would have to try to calculate out of the damage, try to get to safety. Then they would actually bomb them out. And at that rate, if they were to do that, give me the chance to make the call. Show me evidence that the entire population of Iran was killed by their regime because they wouldn't resubmit. I would make the call. Blow them away. If you're within certain range of anywhere that could be hit by a bomb in Iran, in the borders of Iran, get to cover and safety. You have 48 hours. And then you just blow them up. Blow the rest of that regime to smithereens. Because if there are no people there, no innocent people there, you don't have to worry about the damage to the country itself, the city's infrastructure. You wouldn't have to worry about any of that. Because the Ayatollah and his regime had already made sure of that. Had basically said, we'll take all the worry you would have away. We're going to kill everybody. And if they were to kill everybody, yeah, I would say turn them into a parking lot. Turn them into the biggest gas station on planet Earth. Bucky's Middle East. Because there would be no saving that government if that's the extent they would go to, is to kill all their people. And again, that's what these people have to, this is what their worries are. That the Ayatollah kills millions of people. Not just makes a few disappear here and there, Hillary Clinton style. No. They would kill the entire country. Take control. Because they know. They keep killing, people are going to keep coming. And if people keep coming, they're going to need to keep killing. And they have no problem with it. Some of the posts I've even shown body bags, stacked body bags, streets lined in body bags. But the thing of it is there are people that advocate for that type of treatment of the civilian populace. There are streamers and content creators, big names. Hassan. That's the kind of stuff that he advocates for. He advocates for extreme terrorism and oppression. Because that's what Hamas is. Hamas is extreme terrorism and oppression. That's what the Ayatollah is. The Ayatollah and Hamas are no different. One's just essentially a government with control of the entire country, where the other is essentially an organization that was built on things like regime change, interference in another country's economy, ravaging a country for their resources. Like, these are the things that do kind of spark organizations like Hamas. But these organizations don't stay kind of like, in a natural sense, they start to realize what they themselves have become, what they hate and fight the most. Because there's a saying, it's like, you either live long enough to be a hero, or I'm gonna have to look it up. I don't know if it's a saying or one of those weird things. Says something like, either live long enough. I'm gonna let it finish it because I'm looking for it to finish it. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain. That's what this stuff is. That's what these terroristic organizations, these Ayatollah style regimes, any government and regime and organization that is built on essentially resistance and fighting for the greater good, they either succeed and then they've made the hero status and they dissolve it in the organization, or that dies and it goes into the next evolution of it, or they stay what they are and become what they hate. Because maybe that regime so many eons ago wasn't evil and oppressive like they are. Maybe they had a greater ideology and the people were behind them and stood and fought for them and behind them. But at some point, they didn't dissolve the radicalization of it, that resistance fighter piece of it. They didn't kill that. That didn't die. So they stayed that. And then everything from there became, well, if you stand against me, you stand against the resistance of all the bad stuff. And if you stand against the resistance of the bad stuff, then you must be evil. So they start weaponizing that and turning everybody else evil in their minds, while they themselves are the villain in the whole. They've become the villain in the entire story because they didn't dissolve that radical ideology of resistance fighter. You can't stay a resistance fighter forever. That's why once the Iranian people, like their plan, is to take control back of their country and usher in the person that is able to dissolve the resistance and evolve all of it into politics. They already have that plan. But again, the regimes that run them and oppress them are like this. Right here. It reflects the idea that prolonged struggle against evil can corrupt even the purest intentions, turning a righteous figure into something monstrous over time. I didn't even read that. I really didn't. I mean, I'm a fast reader, and I could have glanced back and forth at it, but I didn't read that. I know what this saying means. I know what the greater meaning of this saying is. And it's just that. It's how things like Hamas are easily recruited for. It's easy to recruit somebody into something like Hamas. You just got to find that person that is just seeing nothing but tragedy and chaos and is always surrounded by it. And you take advantage of that. Like I said, these organizations may not have started out in the oppressive manner that they are now. But they didn't, that heroism didn't die. It didn't die. It became their villain. It became their villain. Yeah, it's perfect for how it is. So when you have people advocating for this stuff, that's what they do. That's what they're doing. When you any type of oppression, no matter how minuscule you think it is, when you advocate for something like that, you're actually advocating for a greater harm. You're not actually advocating for saving and helping your fellow man. Man as in human. You're advocating for the disservice against the greater man. So yeah, we need to stop. We need to stop. And and it is what I constantly keep harping on. People keep calling me a grifter about it. Find a new grift. Find something else to talk about. Oh my God, I'm so tired of hearing about Karens and Karenism. Yeah. Well, when Karens stop doing what they do and trying to oppress the rest of us with their ignorant ideologies, then I'll stop talking about it. I mean, I hope they don't, because then I won't have some things to talk about. But yeah, I mean, I'll have to find something else to talk about, which is fine with me. It's fine. Finding something else to talk about is part of the whole thing. But when Karens keep doing what they're doing, I'll still have the content to make for it, because I'll still have the ability to analyze how ignorant they are, put them on Front Street, and we all can laugh at them. Even if you don't like what I'm saying, put the video on mute and just sit back and laugh at the Karens. Ha 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 ha, Karens, ha 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 ha, you suck, jackass. That's the purpose of it. We need to laugh these people back to the memes in which they exist. Stop letting them run free, cause problems, stand in the way of things, and oppress everybody with their idiotic ideologies. So Karens, don't stop doing what you're doing. Don't stop being you, because I need something to laugh at. That was that's pretty cool. Like, not the wheel falling off in a dangerous moment, but the fact that he rolls, gets up to the Bass Pro Shop pit, and they're like, oh, hell, that's messed up, man. Let's get you taken care of. So a couple guys rush over and help get the tire back on. Like, you see the rest of the pit crew just standing there pointing like, we don't want to help that guy. He's an enemy. He's an enemy of us. When that's kind of like, who you think, you helping him this car is gonna go and just beat your racer? Like, no. And it looked like they were trying to call him back, but you could tell it wasn't completely secured. Those sparks that flew off. The moment it came down, it probably popped the nut back out of it, because they have one centralized lug nut. One centralized lug nut. It's that right there. That right there is just a single lug that runs in. They put it in, ram it, done. But that's cool though. I like, even in the world of sports and sports entertainment, I don't really care and get into it, but it's cool to see people not taking it so seriously, because that's what it would otherwise be. Don't help him, he's on the opposing team. That's taking it way too serious. So I am glad I did see some of these, because that's what I was kind of waiting for. I thought it was going to be, actually, I didn't even read this either. Holy shit. When his wheel fell off, a different pit team saved him. Their opponents, not enemies. Perfect. I didn't even read that. Not even gonna lie. I straight seen the video, no words, because that's what I see. I see the guys that jumped to help saw him is just that. He's just an opponent. He's not somebody that we hate and we need to just treat like an enemy. This guy did nothing. A couple other guys back here just standing there like, I'm not helping. It ain't my job. I'm not part of that pit crew. But it is cool to see that when people don't take this stuff so seriously, because we don't have to treat this stuff like we're in the Colosseum and the Roman games. This is supposed to be all entertainment and stuff that we're at odds at while it's going on, but can laugh about it afterward. People take this stuff and this sports stuff way too serious. And that's because people they put a monetary value to all this stuff. That's why I don't believe in sports betting. I don't believe in it at all. Do not believe in it at all. Because you've actually added a more dangerous dynamic to sports. While people are going to bet on it anyways and have their little backyard things, and it's going to be that anyway, you're throwing fuel on it by allowing the greater populace to get into it. And now you're also fueling gambling addictions. Because sports bettors, they can get addicted That's a very addictive thing. Gambling is very addictive. Like the hope, and that hope that gambling fuels is insane. It is like a drug. It is like a drug. Like maybe just one more. Maybe just one more. Maybe just one more. Maybe just one more. Maybe just. And that's what they do. They capture you on the maybe, that glimmer of hope. Maybe I'm going to hit and be a millionaire. Maybe I'm going to hit and I can quit my job. Maybe I'm going to hit and be able to pay my bills. That's what gambling does. And the lottery system is no different. They hinge on that same lapse in judgment because of hope. Because that's what's happening. You're lapsing your judgment for hope.
Quiz today. So close to get so far, I know. Look, being an econ major is not about having fun. It's about giving up on your dreams and making a mediocre salary to be unhappy for the rest of your life. So pull out a pen and paper. We're taking the quiz today. Sit down. We are taking the quiz today. So close to get so far, I know. Look, being an econ major is not about having fun. It's about giving up on your dreams and making a mediocre salary to be unhappy for the rest of your life. So pull out a pen and paper.
He's not wrong. I've taken 2 econ classes in my life, neither of which made me feel like I wanted to go into a career of economics. And it wasn't because I was confused. It was because I understood way too much. I understood way too much of what was being taught. And it just, that's what I saw. Exactly what he said is what I saw in economics. You will be unhappy for the rest of your life if you choose to only pay attention to money. I'm gonna go feed my little guy. I'll be back. What's funny is almost all instructors I've ever had that I've had in college have said kind of the same thing. If I'm 30 minutes late or 15 minutes late, or if I'm late for an extended period of time and you are going to essentially lose more value of learning than you will gain from being here, do not stick around. I would much rather you go home and take care of the schoolwork that you're already working on than to sit here, waste time waiting for me to show up. They all say the same thing. I will do my best to send correspondence beforehand, but if there is an event or an occasion in which you don't get correspondence and I am late by an extended period of time, you are free to go for the reasons given. The only instructors I've ever heard that don't say anything like that have problems when instructors do things like that, and essentially use the rule book as the standard as well. It's in the rule book that there's no leeway. They're usually history, like people to do with history. And that's almost there's only one history instructor I've ever had that wasn't like that in college. I'm referring to college-based classes and courses, not high school, elementary school, things like that. I'm talking secondary education. And it was my art history instructor. He was the only one that like didn't really have a policy for that, but the dude was he was never late at all, ever. He was early every time. We would get to class and he would already be there, and a lot of us got to class about 10 minutes early. So, but yeah, he was never late. So he never brought that kind of policy up. Almost every other instructor I've ever had has. Would say the same thing. Not history. Most of those history instructors, they don't care. You're gonna wait. I don't care if you only got 5 minutes of class. That's my 5 minutes. I'm like, no, it's technically not. I paid the school for it. So, in a roundabout way, you're wasting my money by showing up to class very late. And then you're going to tell me that I can't be mad that you literally wasted a day's worth of my tuition dollars. It's not how this works. You don't get to waste my money and tell me I can't be mad about it. Sound like the government. Yeah, it's always been the history, guys. Always the history, folks. Like, you already knew they weren't going to show up to that. Yeah, and she's not I was gonna say, she's not an expert doctor. I would say she doesn't belong with the doctor title. And seriously, you weren't put into office to go after your political opponents. You were put into office to take care of the things that the United States people ask you to take care of. So abusing your power for political crusades is why every single one of these people up here, they need to be relinquished of their titles and their job duties. Yeah, we don't need them there anymore, especially when their faces are melting off. They're all so old, their heads are melting. Get them out of here. Get them the hell out of here. Get them all the hell out of here. And this, like, get this thing out of here. Get this thing the hell out of here. Oh yeah, this is I saw this yesterday, and you've seen the the meme from the movie, like literally the moment he said that, I was like really, really, America's far worse than Iran. You are 100% disconnected from your audience, my friend. You are 100% disconnected. Like, that's mild reaction to what I did. I straight, as hard as I could, facepalm. And it wasn't because I chose to do it that hard. It's because it was just natural. Like, my hand hit my forehead so hard. Just that hard as I just did. Like, you gotta be completely off base by saying that. Oh, can't even see. This is what I'm referring to. But I couldn't see what I was talking about before. This person, get him the hell out of here. This is not why you were elected. Get him the hell out. This person, that person, and anybody else that wants to be a part of this, get them the hell out of here. Get them the hell out. These people, get them the hell out. This lady, she shouldn't be a doctor. She needs to have all of her licenses and everything revoked. She doesn't belong in that. You probably didn't see me talking about this. This was cool. I'm glad I did see people with humility. Again, people taken away from Iranian struggle and fight. Not saying that's what Alex Jones is doing, but that, I mean, anybody that's over here wrapping their heads up in scarves saying they stand in solidarity with the women of Iran. No, you don't, because the women of Iran are shedding their head coverings. And that's part of why that's why the internet's locked down for them. That's why the internet is locked down for them. I probably did already talk about it, but just wanted to go back and hit on it because I realized my other screen was up. And I was talking about this idiot and these idiots just a second ago. Yeah, these people are not representative of us at all. I don't care if they're in a different state. They don't even represent the people of that state. And if people of that state can say that these people represent them, then you should probably head out. Just head on out. Person isn't representative of anybody. Get the fuck out of here. Shut the hell up. Go and change your wig. Hey, again, we already knew Hillary Clinton wasn't about to do nothing. Surprised all these people weren't made to disappear. You're a buffoon. Shut up. Good. Anything Obama put his hands on needs to be highly scrutinized and deleted. Because I can guarantee you, if Obama put his hands on it, there's a lot of fraud and corruption in the back end of it. And it's funny. It's funny you're saying this about X's AI because people all day have been trying to get Grok to make illicit stuff. I wasn't looking through it earlier, but I saw the post by Elon saying, basically challenging anybody to try to break Grok's parameters for creating stuff, creating illicit imagery. The illicit imagery, you don't even have to go this far with it. If you ask it to undress a celebrity, that's already illicit. It's already illegal. It's copyright infringement. So to tell Grok to undress a celebrity is as far as you need to go. And that's what Elon's post was trying to get somebody to see if somebody can give Grok the parameters it needs to break that rule of creating illicit imagery. Because creating an image of taking an image of a celebrity and having those clothes removed from that celebrity is illegal. That's copyright infringement. That's manipulating someone else's work. And it could also be part of something deeper. So, but that was the challenge Elon said. See if anybody could break Grok's parameters for creating illicit imagery. And people have been trying. The post has got hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of engagement. Not true. I use a foot I have a foot pedal connected, and I've never been banned. Not true. And if you don't believe me, oh, it doesn't pop up there anymore. Actually, it will want to do this. Oh, it doesn't even pop up here anymore. It used to, actually. I think it's actually this right here. This is the foot pedal. But I have this is the application for it. This is where I go in to tell the pedal what it is and what it does. I have it set to a function key, and that function key is set to, it used to be set to Discord push to talk, but it's the pedal, it's old, it's really used, and it doesn't trigger well anymore. I think there's just a disconnection somewhere. I'd have to take it apart. I could probably should take it apart, find the disconnection, but I don't have any solder, a soldering gun. All that stuff got stolen. So I'm just not going to deal with it. I just use it as a microphone mute for OBS. And I use it in Discord to mute my microphone so it's not continuous. Because I'll talk, when I talk in Discord, I'll unmute it. But they even say in Discord that something's wrong with my mic and it's not working right anymore. So I think Discord is just kind of broken with all my sound and microphone issues. Even though talking on stream never has a problem. Talking in games, never really have a problem with that. My microphone seems to be fine with that. So I don't know what the ultimate issue is. So I just don't, that's why I don't go into Discord. And there's no point to open it and have that pedal activate in Discord and also activate on OBS. But yeah, he didn't get banned because of a foot pedal. I have a foot pedal, and I've never been banned on Arc Raiders. So try again, guy. Try again. I'm telling you, it's the soft locking on the controller. It's the soft locking on the controller. I haven't even say nothing because it's a double standard. It's literally a double standard. You can't use racial slurs on somebody, but they can accuse you of being racist, and that's not seen as you as equally using racial slurs against me. Me personally, no, that's exactly how I'm going to start looking at it. You want to you want to call me racist? I'm going to act accordingly. You don't get to give me a label that I don't deserve and expect me to not act the label. There's no more of this, I'm going to defend myself against false accusations. No, you call me racist, you use that way that people do to try to get people to act rashly. Oh, I'm not going to say nothing. I'm going to start clocking chins. So if you want to call somebody racist to their face, just know I'm going to treat it the same way as if I was to use a racial slur against you. Put it that way. Think about how you would react if somebody called you a racial slur, and that's how I'm going to react if you say those things to me. Because I'm going to take them as racial slurs. I'm going to take them as your way of attacking me for my race by calling me racist. Because it's like calling it's basically like the placeholder for calling a white person a cracker now. They don't call you a cracker anymore. They just call you racist. Does much more damage to you. Damages your credibility, damages how people look at you, even if they're false accusations. No one wants to be associated with somebody who's possibly a racist. So you call me a racist, you better be prepared to fight. Nah, it's not, and it's not gonna be like that on the internet, because I know people do what they do on the internet. But if we're in real life and you want to act like a fool and start using racist as your ammunition, you better know how to fight. Say that. You better know how to fight. Because I will not say anything. Okay. And then you'll be waking up. Whether it's on the ground there or in the hospital is up to you. It's purely up to you. So if you don't want to wake up in either conditions, just keep the racist thing to yourself. Actually wait for somebody to be racist before you start using it. Because I will not help you if you call somebody racist and they clock you out for the day. I will not help you. As a matter of fact, I'll just make sure that they don't go overboard and turn you into goo. That'd be it. I would just become the referee in an MMA fight from there. Yep, it's done, it's done, it's done, it's done. Restrain the dangerous one. So yeah. You want to keep using that stuff as your ammo. People are going to start using it as theirs as well. Because people are going to start taking it as your way of using racial slurs yourself without being looked at as the bad guy. Because that's what you all do. And you don't pretend like you're not. Anybody that's just throwing accusations of racism out at somebody, they know what they're doing. They're purposely using that. And they're being racist themselves. Because they wouldn't call somebody who's their own race racist. No, they wouldn't. They would not. Not even if they were saying the exact same things a racist was saying. They would not call them that. It's the same as white people don't call out other white people's racism. A lot of white people don't. I do. I will. I don't care. You don't get to hate something that somebody doesn't have control over. Or at least you don't get to hate it and make it apparent while I'm around. Because I'll make it a point to tell you something about you that would make me hate you. And it's not even with the words that are coming out of your mouth. I'll pick something that I see. I'll pick something I see and deduce that into something that I would use to not like you. So if you want to play racist games, get racist dealings. I promise you, you will not like it afterward. Because we'll be fighting over who didn't call somebody racist.
Bro, you got your story and your album and your shit, but no one gave a fuck about my money, bro. And it sat around there, and I had to get my money.
I had to trademark this shit because niggas was stealing my pins. That's ridiculously coincidental. Understand? It's trademarked to my LLC.
It's a dope. Everybody wants that piece, bro. It's a dope fucking piece.
It's a dope piece, right?
And now it's worldwide.
Easy Academics, It's Biscuit, Shade Room, Kodak Black receives a complex, a new chain, the super grilling chain from Trax NYC's owner, Max. For me something for me to be quiet and not go sign the damn paper, bro.
Listen, bro, you can sign that paper, bro, and then I'm gonna countersue right away,
I
bro.
don't want to do that.
Because I'm a fucking animal, dude.
Listen.
Yeah, man, because you think you're gonna this and that, bro.
It's not even about that.
My brother, man, you're telling me about a lawyer, you're gonna sue me, bro. You left a piece of jewelry over here, bro, that went nowhere, that I put my money on. I didn't get paid. I enameled it, bro. I paid the polishers, I paid everybody. Nobody paid me. No one gives a fuck about me and my money, bro. You got your story and your album and your shit, but no one gave a fuck about my money, bro. And it sat around there, and I had to get my money out, bro. And that's all I did.
You getting me involved?
10 bands are not enough.
You worrying about
This
the
ain't
fucking
enough.
money. I'm worried about people getting fucking hurt, man.
Right.
Like, stop. You make
All
me.
right, well, let people
what's
get
wrong
hurt
with
then,
you?
bro.
Wow.
Hey, bro.
For something that somebody fucked up, why somebody else should get hurt for it? Like, I don't fucking come
You
down
guys
here
are trying to
fucking
corner me and fucking tell me about your bullshit, dude.
It ain't bullshit, nigga.
Yeah.
You got somebody looking at him like he a fucking idiot.
Recording this,
right? Come on, man. Don't do that, bro. Don't
I
talk
didn't
like
do shit, bro.
Can we get to a resolution? Can you tell us what you guys?
I didn't do shit to nobody,
be
bro.
speaking like that, bro. But when there's a situation like that, and I got niggas from the high up hitting me,
Because
this
you're
shit get
trying to
different,
corner
bro.
me, bro.
It's not about them trying to cut. They trying to figure out to make it right.
I mean, that right there. You can't buy a chain on layaway. Like, this ain't fucking Kmart, bro. You're talking jewelry, and if you can't afford to buy the chain, don't commission the job. That goes into all art. All of you people. If you can't pay for the commission, don't contract the artist. The same as the artist. If you know your work isn't worth the money, don't be gaming contractees. Because then it hurts the rest of us who actually have art to push out to people. But we can't because nobody trusts the artists, because we got people like these that game these people, ruin the whole organization of art. And now we got people farting against a canvas and calling it art and selling it for $100 million because they assume there's no such thing as a natural artist in the world anymore. Like, stop gaming artists. He did the piece. He should have been paid. You can't pay. You can't expect him to sit on a ton of money and expect you to finally come through one day. He didn't front you a nickel bag of weed. He didn't let you borrow his lawnmower. No, you commissioned a tens of thousands of dollar piece jewelry chain, which to me is stupid to begin with. Like, this, like, idolizing stones, like sparkly rocks, that I will never understand that. I will never understand that. But I guess it's an investment thing, I guess. I don't know. But again, don't commission something like that if you know you ain't going to be able to pay for it. And putting it on layaway, that's because that's basically what he did. He tried to put it on layaway. Hold it for me. I'll give you a little bit of money, not anything remotely close to what it's worth, but I'm going to try to fleece you for it, basically. Because guaranteed, don't give a fuck. Promise you, if he would have gave the piece up with what he was given, then he would have just sold that piece for that. And they would have still been in court anyway. Stop trying to fleece people. Oh, yeah. You see the camera up there, you idiot? Don't feel real. Feels fake. Oh, shit.
But, Congresswoman Omar, yesterday you told me to please read when I asked you about the $9 billion fraud that you denied is happening, but I have it right here. I read. Look, Chairman Comer opens hearing on massive fraud scandal, $9 billion.
That's what Comer believes because he's as smart as you are.
It's not just Comer. It's Scott Besson. It's federal prosecutors. It's House Oversight. And
no
it's Minnesota State
way
reps.
You could have that, ma'am. I think you need to get examined because your brain has been fried in some way, and it's not okay. I really hope you get some.
If that's your response is to attack somebody, to tell, and again, that is that tactic that I'm backed into a corner. I need to use anything possible. So I'm going to use psychology. It's easy. I'm going to say you need to get examined. I'm going to pretend to be a psychologist to say you need to get examined because you don't sound right. Your brain is fried. If that's what they come out with instantly, yeah, that's guilty as hell. That's guilty as hell. This isn't defensiveness. This is, I can't believe any of that because I haven't been made thoroughly aware of how deep my fraud actually goes. She knows she knows exactly what she's guilty of. And that's the face of somebody who is afraid of what's coming. Yeah, she's afraid. Okay. Yep. Shooting into the windshield. Toasted. That little roll around is definitely meaning toasted. Diosdado Cabello panics and stages a show about alleged seizures of more than 6 tons of drugs and Bolivar State, Venezuela.
Fíjense, esta incautación fueron 238 fardos de drogas, así envoltorios, pues, que tienen un número aproximado cada uno de ellos en carga de droga. De esos había 14.199 envoltorios, perdón, fueron 14.280 envoltorios en total. O sea, los 238 fardos, habían 14.280 envoltorios, de los cuales había 14.199 envoltorios.
I can pick pieces out, nothing tangible. My brain's actually fighting over some of the words. Like, does it mean that, or does it mean that? Does it mean that? Does it mean that? Does it mean that? I gotta pick pieces. Like, I gotta pick through it. Going the wrong way. Don't want to go to the death and murder. Oh, look. Miss S.A. herself. S.A. stealing person herself. How much she stealing today? What's she stealing? Let's see. Grand Theft Auto. Oh, that's what it said. Grand Theft Auto. Steal a car. Doesn't sound like he's exposing much of anything. This is 100% accurate, inaccurate. This is an idiot person, an idiot Karen doing what she does best. Shut the hell up. Don't listen to people like that. Yeah. It's not an assignment. It's a growth. You either have the growth or you don't have the growth. If you have the growth, you're a dude. If you don't have the growth, you're a woman. Boom, done. And you can tell if the growth started or if it didn't start. Like, you can tell malformations. And again, that's not because a new gender is popping up. That's because there was a mutation somewhere. Something happened in the DNA and genetic code that caused a mutation. Could be what the mother's doing. Could be something in essentially the atmosphere that she's absorbing into herself, and it's being relayed down into the fetus. I mean, there's no such thing as more than two genders. Right here. It's a biological realization. There you go. Boom. I mean, I know it breaks your code, and you just can't believe that that's how it is. But yeah, outside of your fragile little whatever ideology, that's how it works. Literally how it works. What? My goodness.
That they've been working with the Department of Justice, and that what we have learned is that the IRS, in fact, has been using AI to access bank accounts of American citizens without any kind of a search warrant or even without any specific claim that they have committed a crime. So this was something that was discovered by an undercover journalist, and what they found is that the IRS has claimed that they have access to every single person's bank account. This person also indicated that they've been working with the Department of Justice and that they have absolutely no problem whatsoever going after the little guy to make sure that they are paying their taxes. This is such a blatant violation of the Fourth Amendment that Jim Jordan and I sent a letter to the IRS demanding that they provide additional information about what they are doing with AI and what they are doing to protect the civil rights of American citizens.
So, Congresswoman, what's the end game here? Because at the end of the day, you can't put the AI genie back in the bottle, and it's so easy to use these technologies in the way that you're suspecting the IRS is. How do you protect American citizens and our constitutional rights?
Well, one of the things is we need a new administration in November, because this administration has been absolutely lawless in terms of its surveillance of us, of members of
I would say it's not just this administration, it's every administration that has existed has tried to find a way to subvert the Constitution, to spy, steal, and just blatantly disregard the American citizen and their rights. It's not just one administration, it's every one of them across the board. Both sides of the aisle, across the board. Do you really think the IRS started yesterday? Do you think they really started spying on everybody's accounts yesterday? No. The moment AI boomed, they were right in it too. Tried to figure out a way to incorporate it into some of their sleazy tactics. So don't put it at the fault of a single administration. Blame all of you. It's all of your jobs to make sure our rights aren't being infringed upon, and yet you don't do it. None of you have been doing it. You've been playing the side-by-side game. Whose side can I stand on today? Who's going to get me the most influence today? It's grotesque. And the way that they treat us, and the way we just lap it up. This some good. This is really good. I like what you give me here. We just lap it up like good little dogs. Nice little floor dogs. Now go outside and live in your little dog house. We might not, again, this is the kind of oppression that we deal with. Incompetence in our leadership. A leadership that allows us to be stolen from, defrauded in any direction possible. News agencies to straight lie to our faces. Distraction politic tactics, distraction civil tactics. These people have a hand in putting any and all of that into place. The same side of the same coin. No matter what side you flip, you're going to get it. We truly need to start realizing that. These people are not for us. Sounds about right. Money being squandered. Oh, hell, he got another one. Jeez. Oh, we already knew Epstein was CIA. And then saying it. See again.
It's not talked about yet, but it'll soon come out that he was a CIA informant.
He was a CIA.
He was a CIA. I think he's protecting a lot of other people. He's not protecting himself because there's nothing there, but he's protecting a lot of people. Because Trump's now saying it's a hoax of the case, like a hoax or something. I'm like, come on, you know it's not a hoax. He's been on the plane, many times. It's just he was never on the plane with the kids. I've seen the itineraries and I've interviewed all the victims. There's never been an instance where Trump was on a plane with these kids. It's not talked about yet, but it'll soon come out.
If it's true, it's not good for anybody. Not good for Trump. You have the right to call anybody a smooth brain. Don't use a word you have no idea what means. Nice. Let's see it. Now, that sounds staged. Hey, all that shit sounds staged. Her cackling, his inaudible gibberish. Oh, I'm probably gonna be hit for that one. I was hoping there was gonna be something other than music. Damn it. I'm not gonna be hit for it. It's just that little speck is gonna pop up on YouTube. Like, oh my god, you can't have that. Hopefully not. Ooh. Ask some questions. I'm not really going to cover too much of the political side of it. Oh, it happened yesterday. It's not terrible. Well, I'm not saying it shouldn't be or whatever, but this makes it seem like they're running out of options or something's collapsing within the Russian political structure. that's a big thing. Causing oil spills, which is an environmental issue, not just an economic issue. This is why it hurts Russia and their government and their capacity for dictatorship and tyranny. It also pollutes the environment and makes a lot of stuff inhabitable. And if it's sitting on the Black Sea, it gets into the water, and then you have oil spills and pollutants into the water. So while it's devastating effect can be positive to a continued negativity, the ramifications against the greater, I don't know, the greater scope might not be something worth risking. Especially seeing, as they said, they were en route to be filled. They weren't even, they weren't full. It's crude oil too. Yeah, because we haven't really even kicked off the heaviest part of winters. Like Russia's probably experiencing winter, but we still got the rest of January, all of February, and even some of March. Almost all of March is usually still winteristic. We don't go into spring until April. So winter is still sticking around regardless if the weather is here. And even then, we only see Western weather. We don't see Russian weather, what it's like in Russia. So as it says, if the attacks continue or escalate, the pain could mount, especially with when winter alternatives are limited, because their kind of crude oil is for like space heaters and stuff like that. That's what I believe. What kind of oil is it? It's going to be heavy crude. Oh, light sour crude. Okay. But it's a crude oil that needs refined, regardless. It needs refined in order to make it more useful, other than just burning in a heater. Talking about blending it and stuff like that, breaking it down, distilling it, moderate sulfur content, low density. Probably has a low viscosity. Light probably does have a Meaning it's not syrupy. Thinner. There you go. It says right there. It's crude that needs refined before use. Yeah. In order for it to become useful, they have to refine it. So it can't be used alone. So this can have long-lasting effects because it's a fuel source, obviously. Yep. It can be bad for them. It behooves them to start trying to end that stuff over there. Saudi Arabia siding with the Ayatollah. B-2 bomber escort. Wonder what the call sign is. Last time I knew, they were using the Death 1-1 or the Death call sign as the call sign and just adding some type of numerical value depending on who the pilot was. I've seen the pilot with the call sign Death 1-1. They did a flyover, and it was like 2007, 2006 or 2007. The Rickenbacker air show. I worked the event as an MP. It's a really cool event. I got to hang out on the tarmac. One of the coolest things anybody could ever do. You know what my job was? Walk up and down the tarmac, tell people to get on the other side. Like, nope, get on the other side. You can't cross there. You can't be over here. That's all I did for like 12 hours. Just walk up and down the tarmac, tell people to get off the tarmac. They did can't remember what plane it was that did the bombing run. That was awesome. I was on the tarmac. Not on the tarmac, but I was on the grass next to the tarmac when they did that bombing run. And you could feel the heat hundreds of feet away. Like the fireball was a couple 100 feet in the sky. It was massive. I mean, it wasn't an actual bombing run. It was all simulation. And it was just all combustion set on the ground. And as the plane went over, it just symbolized bombing run. But no, one of the coolest things I've ever been a part of. No, I lied. I got to be the truck that drove the Korean War. I think it was the Medal of Honor recipient of the Korean War. I drove him in the Veterans Day Parade, either 2006 or 2007. I want to say it was 2006. Yeah, I drove him in the parade. That was a cool ass dude. He's a really cool guy. he wanted to get up in the gun. We let him. Helped him get up. Helped him get down. Sat up in the gunner hatch and waved and tossed candy at the onlookers. It was really cool. That was actually the coolest thing I've ever done. I got to meet one of, like, essentially somebody that a lot of soldiers look up to. Somebody that's seen something and seen things that break a lot of people and come out just totally cool. Not really cool, but seemingly normal human being. And he's telling you stories using old school racial slurs. You're like, this dude is legit. There's no faking this. There's no faking this. This guy ain't no stolen valor. Yeah, it was really cool. Really cool situation. There was something that I say. Hold on. Back over. Saved. The thing where Trump flipped off the factory worker. Said something about protecting pedophiles. I mean, the factory worker's correct. And the irony of it is that actually I think we did see it. It was the Ford thing. Yeah, it's going to be up here. I'm going to run back into it here in a sec. No, I'm not. Wrong way. Got to go back around. Oop. I'll see it when I get to it. It's hard to miss. Really hard to miss. It's going to probably be way down here because I've already reloaded the feed. Or maybe I missed it. For real. I'm not recognizing any of this. Maybe I just haven't. Well, I do recognize that. I recognize all this. Yep, there it is. Anyway. Statement on Ford plant visit from VP Laura Dickerson, Ford Department Director. The auto worker at the Dearborn truck plant is a proud member of a strong and fighting union, the UAW. He believes in freedom of speech, a principle we wholeheartedly embrace, and we stand with our membership in protecting their voice on the job. The UAW will ensure that our member receives the full protection of all negotiable contract language safeguarding his job and rights as a union member. Workers should never be subjected to vulgar language or behavior by anyone, including the President of the United States. Even if he is protecting PDF files. For somebody to heckle you, you're not allowed to respond even with a hand gesture and some mouth movements. Like, come on now, what are we, children? Like, this is ridiculous. And why even come out and say anything about it? It makes you all look weak. Like, to me, if I was that worker, I'd have been like, that was good. That was good. You're still protecting pedophiles, but that's good. It would have been a little bit of a newfound respect for him, because he's kind of telling you, like, fuck you. I have a lot to do in dealing with that. Like, a lot of damage control to deal with while dealing with that. And he probably does. He's got probably tons of damage control. He knows. He's known and been friends with every single one of those people that are in those files. And that's probably why he's all fuck you about it. Because he knows it's going to crush a lot of stuff. But he also knows that we're never going to forget it. We're never going to forget. We're never going to leave it let that dog lie. It's going to be brought up every chance that it can be. Because these people have built all of this around that. And just like the, where was it? This. I can't open this up because it'll open up and do this as you got. Oh, they let me read it. Cool. No. No. All right. Cool. So I was reading this article, and Les Wexner spread good in Columbus. I refuse to join the mob out to stone him. And it's somebody, Leslie Wexner did not need my support when things were great. Now that Congress appears bent on seeking his input on Jeffrey Epstein, I lend Mr. Wexner my support. I never met Wexner and don't know or approve of any shadier side he has, but his impact on my life is real. I have been treated at the Wexner Medical Center. Ohio State's new university hospital bears his name. I've enjoyed arts at the Wexner Center for the Arts. My child has received tremendous care at Children's Hospital, to which he gave millions of dollars. He has been a great giver to Jewish Columbus and all other culture and religious activities in Columbus. He has kept his charitable money here. None of these acts put him above scrutiny. Accountability matters, facts matter. If wrongdoing is proven, consequences should follow. But I refuse to join the stoning crowd. I give Les Wexner grace because my own life has been touched by the good his name helped bring to my life. And because fairness requires patience, we need support now. He needs support now, not because of misdeeds, but because a lifetime of good should not be erased by a season of outrage. Giving Wexner grace isn't weakness, it's maturity. And then it goes down to another article, ICE isn't the problem. Like, are you really going to use this as your entire basis on why you need to still give him your support? No, Les Wexner should be given no one's support. He's done everything he can to avoid answering very specific questions, because it far surpasses coincidence when everything he touches or his money touches coincidentally ends up in the hands of PDF files or sex trafficking rings. And I don't want to hear well, Epstein had power of attorney. So a billionaire gives you power of attorney and doesn't pay attention to what you do? Wexner has no grace. I can guarantee you he's in hiding, trying to die. That's what Leslie Wexner is doing. He's in hiding, trying to die. And that's if Mossad hasn't already gotten to him and made sure he won't be able to show up to one of these things. And these letters are just part of the extra cover. So no. Why is this blocked out? Why is that blocked out? Why? Well, it's one of his children. It's one of it's a victim. Like, I've never known anybody to block out family photos that aren't obscene. So if you got that blocked out and you're just doing it for shock and awe, shame on you. Shame on you. This is exactly the thing y'all did to Michael Jackson. You put black boxes on his kids' faces. Put a black box on Diana Ross's kid's face. To make it look a lot worse. Whether that's the intention or not, shame on you. Shame on you for even using an image you felt you needed to redact. Even for shock and awe purposes. Shame, shame, shame. I hope you get terrible spawn RNG in the next life. And your spawn RNG turns you into a blade of grass that gets cut. Shame! Again, this shows the dishonesty of these organizations. It shows how dishonest they are. Talking about how much support you should give them, but also showing a picture with half of it redacted. A picture with half of it redacted. A picture with Jeffrey Epstein himself, looking like he's salivating. Why is that redacted? Is that a victim? Is that a victim? Is that a victim, Leslie? Why is this redacted, Leslie? Why is this redacted? Are these victims? So yeah, he deserves your support, right? This disgusting human being deserves your support, yeah. They needed to pull up the photos. The only good photos they have are bad photos that they have. It's not good. And you're trying to talk good here, but showing all bad here. Pictures are worth 1,000 words. Guarantee you, this is not 1,000 words. And we will do this. We will go and we will check. A picture was worth 1,000 words, and you have what, 4,000 words worth of pictures right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I can tell you that's not nowhere near even 1,000 words, let alone 1,500 words. I know almost down to the exact page. 1,500 words typed double-spaced is. And I can promise you, this is nowhere close. Even with all the extra stuff added on. The extra stuff might bring it close. But even then, not even. Not even remotely close. Even with all the extra crap in there. And the title isn't, this isn't 900 or this isn't 700 plus words right here. This together isn't even going to add another 700 words. $283. 283 words. So where is the extra 3,717? Where's the extra 3,717 words? You got 4,000 words to cover here. Pictures are worth 1,000 words. I didn't create it. It was created in history. You got 4,000 words worth of explanations. Put it in a letter, Leslie. Get it to the courts, Leslie. I don't want to hear it. He don't deserve anybody's support. He deserves the support of the federal prison system. As they all do. What you talking about, Willis?
Coca-Cola says nobody's buying Coke. And if they're not buying Coke, they're not buying the rest of their product line. How much of this is because they got soda removed from EBT? I don't know, but he says people have turned away and they're not sure what.
Good. 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 I will say good. This right here, this is actually what I voted for. This right here. Take junk food off the menu. Take it off the menu. You're not struggling if you're only eating junk food. If your whole EBT shopping cart is full of soda, chips, frozen meals, all the most processed stuff possible, how do you expect to have, like, if you can't respect yourself enough to cook a meal, how can you expect to respect yourself enough to work yourself out of needing the welfare system? Because the whole purpose of the welfare system is supposed to be something you fall onto when tough times happen. And then when you work yourself out of the tough times, you don't have to use it anymore. That doesn't mean when you're in the tough times, you're given a bunch of money, because a lot of EBT recipients buy like multiple shopping carts worth of the worst, most processed food in the entire store. And they wonder why the prices are skyrocketing. That's because they can guarantee that you all will buy that same stuff over and over and over again. They're guaranteeing it. Because you're not going to work to better yourself, to get out of off welfare. So therefore, you're going to stay on welfare, find any and every thing you can do to stay on welfare, and then keep buying the exact same things that they want you to buy. And they'll raise the price on it because you won't care. It's not your money that you have to balance against all of that. So you've turned it into processed foods are essentially costing the same as it is to build the same meal. Like buying all the ingredients raw. And that's because they're trying to counterbalance. You all aren't buying the fresh ingredients. So they have to raise those prices out through the roof to balance for everything else that's being bought. Because even the richest, wealthiest people, they're not stocking their fridges worth like 7 weeks worth of food. Mostly junk food in a lot of these cases of these EBT people. They're not stocking their fridges full of junk. They have probably about 2 weeks, depending on the family size. Bigger families, my brother, they buy about 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks worth of perishable food. But they also go through a lot of it in the time. Like great portion of it's gone within the first week, and they do like they have this goofy food schedule. And it's not really a food schedule. It's just like they pre-plan all their meals so that they know if they need to go to the store for something, they're not going there and buying a bunch of nonsense. They're not going there for junk food. They're not going there for garbage. They're not going there for stuff they're not going to need. So my brother's wife has a little calendar on her fridge where she just thinks about anything she might want to cook through the week. Some of it's up for debate in some cases, but there's like only one day out of the week where they do like frozen food or pizza or McDonald's. Not really. They hate McDonald's. They don't do McDonald's. They do Wendy's and everybody else. Mostly Wendy's. Wendy's or Roosters. So, but they have a day. They don't do that all week. That's not every day of their week and month and year. So where they start seeing the issues with the food costs is when EBT people are buying junk food, and people who buy sparingly, conservatively, they're not buying raw ingredients like EBT people are buying the junk. So they have to increase those costs. They have to. So that what's being sold here is a direct balance to the other side. Because a store doesn't make, like, they love it when people just buy one product. But if people only buy one product in the store, then the store, they start to get in the mind frame, okay, we'll stop buying a lot of this other stuff and only buy this. And then when people kind of like, they realize there's overstock, they'll always be there, so they don't have to buy it up constantly. Like they won't have to buy it up like it's wholesale. The buying of that will go down, and then they'll start buying other stuff. But there's no other stuff to really buy, so everything else starts getting buy. So the store will get into trouble if they start overloading products in one side or another. So they try to keep a balance of products in the store. And if all the frozen shit is being bought up by EBT people, they're going to lose business on that side until shipment day, until the day is that they can restock that area and to max capacity. They'll have backups. But if EBT people are flowing through like they currently are all the time, they'll get into a habit where they can't keep the stuff stocked constantly. And they're not going to shut down the fresh side and amplify the EBT fresh frozen food side just to make sure that all EBT people are taken care of. No, they're not. They're going to try to essentially get the direction moved over there. So they're going to start discounting a lot of the fresh food stuff, the fresh ingredients. You'll start seeing a lot more discounts flowing through the more fresh side of the stores. They won't pull their discounts on the frozen and processed side, but you'll see a lot less. It won't be as deep. There won't be as many savings, if you will, on that side. You'll see a lot more of the savings on the fresh side, but that's because they're trying to shift the balance of buying to the fresh side so that they can get the stock back in for the frozen side. They don't want you to only buy the frozen side, and they don't want you to only buy the fresh side, which is why they keep a pretty healthy balance of all of it. It's to keep some people balanced in buying. They don't want to push away everybody. So yes, make it to where most junk food isn't able to be bought by EBT, because that alone will start the drop in food costs. Because for EBT people, they're going to have to start parson their meals a little bit better. They're going to have to start figuring out how to build some of this stuff. You want soda and chips and all that stuff? Well, potatoes exist. You can actually make a drink that tastes better than Coca-Cola without all the Coca-Cola. You can make drinks 1,000,000 times better than these drinks that you've become addicted to. That they've purposely added things to make them addictive. Like, you think RFK is just really talking about vaccines? No, he's talking about all of that crap. Any and every bit of this stuff that they are purposely putting out to cause addiction, to amplify the already struggling with addiction population that is the United States citizen. Like, we all struggle with a form of addiction. I don't care who you are. Gambling, porn, sex, always being online. What would mine be? Sharing my opinion on whatever. Everything that we do can be addictive. Saying no. You say no to somebody, say no to another person, that becomes addictive. Saying no to people becomes addictive. Sleep can be addictive. Eating is heavily addictive. Not just because of what they put in our food to make us to create that addiction, but it's the food itself. Like, food releases endorphins and releases chemicals into the brain, and when you get to that comfortably full, the chemicals that are released are the relaxation and the recuperation and essentially the digestion of all that. Your body taking the effects of the food that you've eaten, like pulling out the nutrients and the things that are needed. Food and eating, it can be addictive. You can be addicted to that feeling of comfort that you get by being full. Now, some people take it overboard and they become morbidly obese because of it, but that's their problem, not mine. So back to what I was saying, I'm glad. Get rid of this crap out of these EBTs, make it actual SNAP benefits, supplemental nutritional assistance program. I think it's supplemental nutrition assistance program, something like that. And it's not saying that here's some money, go buy all the junk food you can. Because it's supplemental nutrition, meaning when you can't afford to buy the stuff, like the normal stuff, with your own money, here's help to be able to buy the stuff. And the stuff isn't frozen food. Frozen foods, processed foods, chips, sodas, that crap has probably existed after welfare. So it should not be covered under welfare. No. It is morbidly obese everybody running around is sure as hell is becoming a newer thing. But we need answers, like Leslie. We need answers. You got 3,717 words of answering to do. Because there's 4 pictures worth 1,000 words each. This should have been a thing anyway. Hospitals and these medical whatevers shouldn't be able to hide this pricing and these structures from us, because this is one of the ways they've been stealing from us. And again, he's not the first person ever to think that this is all bad. The fact that this has been a thing has been bad. Guarantee he's not the first and the only one ever. They all know and they all knew it's bad. But they don't care because they don't actually value life. The Hippocratic Oath is just that. It's hypocritical. It's something that they could say as a way to not provide help. I know a lot of medical practitioners, maybe not doctors, but people who've worked in the health industry for a long time, who even themselves will say that it is the stupidest thing. The Hippocratic Oath, one will not cause harm to somebody, whatever. I don't know what it is. I never know what the stupid thing is. But I know people that work in the health industry that says it's stupid, and it's more of a barrier in not providing help than it is for providing help. That has been being used more as a shield for not a reason to not provide help to somebody, help and care, than it will ever be for providing help and care for anybody. I mean, pretty much every single one of the medical practitioners in my family, they say the same thing. They think it's stupid, and the fact that they have to agree to it, they feel like they're agreeing to something that they don't actually agree with, because the oath isn't for helping people. It's more or less for a gatekeeping help. So I'm gonna go heat up my sandwich. I took the rest of my hamburger and I flattened it all out on a piece of parchment paper. Got it pretty flat. Flattened it out on the parchment paper. Essentially turned it into kind of like gyro meat, if you will, but it's beef. Tie-in, garlic seasoned, onions, paprika, salt, pepper, some Dijon mustard. I've squirted that in there before I mixed it, and a little bit of cornstarch, so that it could, once as I was spreading it out, it wouldn't get stuck to the parchment, and it wouldn't kind of granulate without something kind of to hold it together. And I think I put maybe a couple more seasonings in there. Cameron, a little bit of dill, like a small thing of dill flakes. But it's really good. Really good in the sandwich form. And I'm gonna go heat it up. Got some barbecue sauce and some Dijon on top as the dressing. I'm gonna go heat it up. I'll be back. Bad thing is like, I know some people are saying this is a little late. How are they to know? How are they to really know? And it's not just people to evacuate, American citizens to evacuate and things like that. Like the place has been blacked out. Even if you were to send these messages over, who would they be going to? It would be going to nobody. They can't connect to anybody. There's like a complete internet blackout over there. So, like, I was kind of irritated with them just now reporting on it, but I've gotten to more or less like their lack of reporting on, like, they're not giving the proper kudos to the right people for all of this. They're praising and propping up the complete wrong people. They're essentially taking the praise that should be given to the Iranian people and giving it to the wrong people. Like as if Donald Trump dropping bombs on their government is what they need. No, what they truly need is to be back online. Find a way to get them back online. That's all you got to do. Yeah, send me over there. I'll smuggle it in. Send me over there with a Starlink pack. I'll smuggle that shit in there. You want to know, if you want to know how good I am at carrying things that you don't know I'm carrying, ask any of my family members. Just ask them how resourceful I am and always somehow having an item that they need. You never can tell that I would be carrying it on me. Ask them. If you think I'm only saying it because I'm over here, I have my rabbit over here. And my family was to be let known that I'm going to go over to smuggle a Starlink module into Iran to help the Iranian people get back online. My family would fight each other to take care of my rabbit. They would fight each other to take care of him. So I would have no problem doing it. Because if something was to happen to me, I know that Iranian people would be one step closer to having their actual freedom. Because I wouldn't happen to die here. No. If I met my end on that mission, I didn't fail the mission. I just wasn't able to get to the end. And as long as I have a battle buddy right behind me or next to me or somewhere near that can pick up the mantle and keep running, we can plant the flag into their Iwo Jima. And said I would do that for their people. They are inspiring people. That's the stuff that inspires me from across the world. Knowing that other people around the world have their own struggles they're fighting with. And that fight becomes so great that it encompasses their entire country, that even when presented with death right there, they don't care. They don't care. They don't submit. And the reason that is inspiring is because that tells me that if they can do it with nothing, literally nothing, as a resource to do it, then we can here if we were required to, especially with all the resources that we have. Even with me and my very minute resources. If it was to come down to the American people actually had to take back America, the Iranian people would be that inspiration that says, we can too. Because unless our leaders are willing to go to the same exact lengths to suppress us, they would have to listen. So our leaders would. Our leaders know that if a resistance is left unchecked, then it becomes chaos. It becomes just another insurgency. So yeah. But that would be if this country would actually absolutely need to. Like, if we keep letting the politics push us at each other, you will see a semblance of that. But it won't be that. It won't be something inspiring. It'll be people against other people who were dead set on them being more right than those other people. While the people who are fueling it, they're just drawing up plans on how they'll be able to replace us all for a better union. That's how that works. Politicians shouldn't inspire you. Not at all. The people in other countries doing what others thought impossible, they should be inspiring you. Iran should be inspiring you. The resistance fighters that are in Venezuela who actually want to take back Venezuela for the proper causes and the proper reasons, who never agree on anything to do with somebody else's intervention, who are okay if it comes down to needing intervention, kind of like how the protesters in Iran are being murdered in the street by the truckloads. Yeah. Maybe offer some assistance. When it comes down to it, the true fight's got to come from within. Come from within. Cannot expect outside sources to be your main base of operations and fighting. You won't win. So the people of Venezuela, if you really, really want your country back, Iran showed you how. Iran showed you how. And anybody else under an oppressive regime, unless the country has somehow gotten every single person in the country to become a militant servant for them, they won't be able to have the numbers. Not even China's military could stand against their civilian populace. If their civilian populace got unruly and unrestful like they were in 2018, 2019, The Chinese military would have to unleash a COVID volume 2 and be even deadlier. Be inspired by these people, not by your local politicians or your federal politicians. Take what they say in good faith, but don't pay attention to them. Pay attention to them. Don't be inspired by them. Be inspired by them. These people are not inspiring. These people are inspiring. These people right here. People, the protesters in Iran. Here's something funny. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted the post. I want the post. Ooh. There it is. That's what I said. Hey there, hot stuff. I'm feeling coy. Wanna owe my tay? As they said, it's coyote season. Something about coyotes to become more active in Ohio as mating season begins. Like they're giving us a warning not to pick up the coyotes. Hey there, hot stuff. I'm feeling coy. Wanna owe my tay? Nobody gets me. Yeah, we all knew that was going to happen. Yeah, and this right here, that's what you are. Let's not pretend like doxing federal agents because they're deporting illegal immigrants is some righteous act, because you're not a whistleblower. You're treasonous. That's treason. That is a breach of national security. And refer to a criminal as a like an actual treasonous criminal as a whistleblower is wild. Absolutely wild. Even in quotations, as if you're parodying it. Like, that is wild. That person is not a patriot. That's subversion of our Constitution to the highest. Well, that's all of Facebook. Yeah, it is a creepy thing. Charlie Kirk was saying some real end of life stuff before his end. And following Candace with that. I really enjoy Candace's work. She is an amazing investigative journalist and like somebody to be inspired by in the world of journalism. Like, definitely something to
breaking news. Some military personnel stationed
be
in
noteworthy
bases in
of.
the Middle East have been told to leave. That confirmed to Fox News by a U.S. official. President Trump, as we know, is weighing his response to Iran's deadly crackdown on protesters, killing his own citizens with military weaponry. A new bombshell report revealing the staggering scope of the violence. It says Iran has murdered between 12,000 and 20,000 people since the beginning of the citizen revolt about 2 weeks ago. An official count from a U.S.-based human rights group puts the count closer to 2,600, but still staggering. That's a big gap. That's why you need that news from on the ground. I'm Harris Faulkner.
That's what I'm saying. I'm willing to go in there and smuggle a Starlink terminal in there. We need people on the ground so that we know what's really going on. And we don't need only journalists. No, we need journalists who can carry weapons, who are trained with weaponry, who know how to use weaponry in military tactics. Because they don't want any of that known. So you got to really embed in with the protests. And if you've never been trained on how to embed in to an area, a foreign area like that, a journalist is a target. One of these journalists, like her, she is a target. A person like her is a target, no matter if she's wearing the press stuff. You have to embed and be able to act like a protester who's also military trained in order to really be able to capture what's going on over there. And I don't care. I am willing to do something like that. I would smuggle in the Starlink terminal and live stream everything. And Elon and his people can figure out how to keep it from being able to be taken down. They can keep jumping the signal, and if need be, we'll keep it on me on my person. I'll keep it on my person and be the Starlink terminal itself that everybody's connected to. Because we just need enough connection to get information out. That's it. You don't need to be able to record tons of video and stuff like that. I mean, it's great. But what needs to happen is the terminal needs smuggled in so the information can be sent out. Because that's really what's needed, is a lot of information needs gathered about what's going on. And while we did make that statement about pictures and videos, we have to still be economic about it. We have to still think about what it would take to send videos and pictures back and forth, as opposed to mostly sending just information, hexadecimal information. Like, and if need be, we can go back to the Enigma days, start encrypting the information to send it out. I would do that for those people. That's how inspiring those people are. I would do that for them. Nobody was there for the Chinese people during their protests, and they got hammered with COVID because of it. So somebody deserves to be there for them. Somebody deserves to be there for them, at least.
You are in the Faulkner Focus. The Islamic regime of Iran has also cut off public internet access. They did that days ago. And it's trying to stop the world from seeing in now the gruesome human rights crimes. But it's also keeping people from crying for help to people around the world. A limited number of videos.
Look at that building right there. You need a terminal place for Starlink. It's a wonderful view of the sky. No impeding overhead. Right there. Get me there. Get me there to that building. Me and a network specialist. We will get that shit up and running. And I'd make sure to take down any and every single militant person that tried to stop us. Because not a single one of these people here would try to stop us. Matter of fact, they would try to do everything they can to create the cover to help us get up there and get that in place. That's what they need. They need people on the ground and not soldiers on the ground. They need people embedded in them on the ground who are embedded within them, who are able to do things to get information out. That's what these people need. They need their cries for help heard. The world needs to also see. We need to get somebody in there. And yes, I will volunteer to be tribute. I will volunteer as tribute for this. I have nothing else left to do. I have nothing else. I have the things that I'm working on now that I'm constantly being told that I should abandon to just try to do something normal. Be 9 to 5 like normal people. Even though that my everything won't allow me to just do that and watch this. I cannot do this and watch this and just be 9 to 5 guy. This is where the people need help. Send me there, help me get them reconnected to show the world what is happening, and so that they can be heard by the rest of the world. Get me there. That's all I have to say. Get me there. I'll make sure that they have their internet back. Find me the craziest network specialist you can find. Somebody who will throw away their life with reckless abandon for something like this without hesitation like I would. And people say, well, you say that because you know it never happened. Test me. Please test me. Somebody who's rich, hear my words and test my fortitude. Please. Because once I either accomplish my mission or fail in trying, you will be throwing money at the next person who is in my same standing to do it. Because then it'll come back to, what the fuck are the rest of you doing? You say you fight for them, but what are you actually doing? Because that's what it truly means to really stand for a people that aren't yours. I am America first, but I'm also inspired to be more America first by Iranians being Iran first. That's what they're proving. They're showing you that you aren't actually America first. Because that's what America first looks like if Americans were actually truly living by America first. We would be doing some semblance of that. Getting rid of the fraud, the illegal immigrants, the disgusting Karen liberal policies. This is the things that these people are saying. So yes, I am America first, because these people, if they were in America, if America was Iran and these people were Americans, they would be America first. They're proving that they are Iran first, which is their fucking country. Prove to me that you are America first. Have this same ideology. and not fighting ICE, because these people would be fighting the illegal immigrants, the people who were encroaching on their people, because to them, that's what the Ayatollah is doing. The Ayatollah and their regime is encroaching on the people. So yes, they would be on the side of ICE fighting immigrants. So don't say you're America first and not hold this same true value for our own borders. Letting any and every illegal immigrant come into the country, regardless if they're criminals. Regardless if they're criminals, we have a policy for this stuff for a reason. So our country doesn't fall into this. And not where the people have to rise up against the government. Because that's not what we would be doing. We would be fighting an incursive force, a force that's invading us. Where we wouldn't be fighting our government like they are. We would be fighting another militant force that has breached our borders. This is what the symbolism is if you translate it around the world. This says that there's nothing that happens to you that you can't stand up for yourself for. This is America First mentality. This is what it means to be America First. Because find me one person in there that's confused about their gender and worried about gender politics. Find me one person there that's worried about illegal immigrants. No. Because the oppression doesn't come from those things. The oppression comes from the government. So they don't give a damn about some fat, blue-haired retard who is confused on if it's a man or a woman. They want their true freedom. Women want to be able to walk around with their heads uncovered. They don't want to be raped and killed and turned into objects by the men in that society. Which is hilarious that you all think that that actually happens here. You women think that they're objectified in the same way as these women are in those countries. It shows how ignorant most of you are. You are nowhere near objectified like these women are. What about all the porn sites? Yeah, because all those women are forced into pornitude. Guarantee you, if you ask a lot of those women, if they would like to give up the money they make from the porn industry, hell no. Hell no. I'm a sex object because I choose to be a sex object. You're mad because you're ugly, Margaret. You're mad because you're unfuckable, Margaret. Don't know if that's your name, but that sounds like a Karen name to me. Margaret. Sounds like she's about to pop up and tell me I shouldn't be saying that right now. Buddy in my apartment. This is inspiration.
Thousands of
This
people
shit.
taking to the streets for their freedom. Elon Musk's Starlink, always in play, it seems. This time, reportedly stepping in to help free internet access for protesters. Iranian authorities are reportedly hunting down those using that free service. And President Trump has weighed in with a powerful post. Take a look. Iranian patriots keep protesting.
Yes.
Take over your institutions. Save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. I have canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. Help is on its way.
I'm telling you, send me over there. I'll be an incursion force.
That aired last night.
I'll start taking down that nasty regime. I'll find a way to sneak in and get them. I'm that good. Especially with a country that's in disarray right now, it'd be easy to get to those guys. Super easy. Their military forces scrambling, their police forces scrambling. They're all trying to fight back the protesters and the people who are at civil unrest. Guarantee there's so many holes in their security right now. Send over some a couple black ops operators, and I agree with wet work in this instance. I agree with wet work, and I don't even care if you let everybody know about it. Let everybody know about it, because we will cheer it as well. Because you pluck those couple heads. Pop those little blackheads you got on your face. Boom. Those people have control. And again, you don't want to make it look like they got help. Don't make it look like they got help. We've seen it. A lot of accidents that happen in the world today. A lot of accidents. Even in locked rooms. Accidents happen in locked rooms all the time. Yeah. So unless the dude is fled Iran, he's not safe, and he shouldn't be. Trump should be writing up plans to figure out how to get some special forces operators that do some dirty work in there. And dirty work just means they're going to probably get bloody. They're probably going to just get real bloody. And I mean, not saying that it's dirt. I mean, bad people blood would be dirt. Nothing dirtier. But in the sense of, if you get anything on you, you have to wash off, you're considered dirty. So it's one of those things. Yeah, W, I don't have, no. I'm not giving you $80 for stuff. I can afford nothing. I gave you money for that thing, and it still hasn't arrived. I don't want to hear it. Still hasn't arrived. Supposed to be here yesterday, but it's not here. And it wasn't delivered to my door. So.
Next steps. When he says help is on its way, what is that? And what are the steps?
Don't rack your brain trying to figure it out. You don't have the capacity to conceptualize what that even means, let alone have an idea of what that means. So don't get all bent out of shape because he said help is on the way. Just know that it's probably what I said. There's some wet work taking place.
Against Iran's mullahs. Chief foreign correspondent Trey.
That's actually really good. Whole milk back into school cafeterias? Yeah. Part of why these kids are so brittle. And no goddamn calcium. They put skim milk in all the schools. Kids are not getting any actual calcium, but drinking calcium flavored water. Not even calcium flavored water, because skim milk and anything, if it's not whole milk, like, give me 100% fat in my milk. I want the 100% milk fat. I can taste it. And that's one of the why milk is so good to me. Why I love milk so much is because I can taste it. It's good. You start taking the milk fat out of it, you may as well just start throwing it in a skillet and cooking with it. I use whole milk for like creaminess stuff. Because if you throw an immersion blender into somewhere where you've used whole milk, it it thickens it up. It'll thicken it up. And that's actually what you use to make whipped cream is whole milk. Well, you use heavy whipping cream, but that's because it's like a lot of the water's been taken out of it and it's pretty much just cream. That's all it is pretty much just cream, which is milk. It's whole milk. It's cream derived from whole milk. It's whole milk cream. This just lacks the water, lacks a lot of the water. Not all of it, because then it'd be sweetened condensed milk. Like when you get to that texture, almost all of the water has been pulled out of it. Well, dehydrated milk is all the water's pulled out, but condensed milk, a lot of the water's been pulled out to where it's mostly just the cream and the milk fat and all the shit that is milk. Because water is part of milk, but whole milk is not mainly water. Start replacing the milk with water, it starts to become skim milk, whatever the hell else all the other milks are. I don't drink them. I don't deal with them. I cook with them. If I need to make gravy or something like that, I don't tend to use whole milk for that. And that's because for me, it's hard to regulate the thickness. I use skim milk where it's a lot lighter, it's a lot thinner, and I can manage the thickness with flour instead of kind of back and forth trying to counterbalance. Yeah, I turn skim milk and shit like that into gravy and dressings. I drink whole milk. So yeah, that's good. Kids need whole milk back in their diets.
Tel Aviv, Trey.
All these malnourished children.
Rights organizations say more than 25 people have been confirmed killed in Iran over the past 2 weeks amid a brutal government crackdown. We know that smaller demonstrations are still unfolding, the government trying to rein those in, and there are renewed calls from protesters for international support. Fox News spoke with a student demonstrator who just left Iran on a commercial flight. We've blurred his face and altered his voice to protect his identity.
And I would say that the Iranian peoples are deeply hoping for the President Trump's administration to intervene, whether it's through cybersecurity attacks or whether it's through a military operation. So people are waiting for the promised help.
See how he said he didn't say anything about dropping any bombs and doing any drone strikes. He's talking about military action, which means boots on ground. Even if it's just some Delta operators or something like that. Somebody that can get in and get out and do some quick work. SEAL Team 6 or somebody who can do some quick wet work and essentially be out without being known. But even since the Iranian people are asking for some type of help, they're not asking for somebody to come in and just straight up regime change them. They're asking for somebody to play interference for them. And if that's going in and taking out some of their key heads that are making decisions, then that needs to be the help that they get. We have the tactics, we have the skills, the tactics, the personnel, we have all of that to do it. And the bad thing is doing a cyber attack against them is kind of like we want to get their people online. So a cyber attack would have to be essentially pinpointed to government buildings and stuff like that, where you're essentially setting off EMPs to destroy electronics.
Goal from the beginning of the protest, right?
That protester telling Fox News he was shot at. These stories of brutality are not unique, and today there are concerns that Iran will begin to execute some of the demonstrators who were arrested over the past 2 weeks. Overnight, President Trump warned of a very strong action against the Iranian regime if executions take place. The entire region bracing for such action that could lead to a military escalation.
We know that any escalation of the sort that you described would have catastrophic results in the region and beyond, and therefore we want to avoid that as much as possible. The talks continue, our calls continue.
There are growing signs of possible military action in the region. Reports indicate that the Al Udeid base in Qatar.
Yeah, Qatar is actually that's what this essentially was initially was. I was I know that Qatar is setting up places for people who are evacuating in the event of like, because they're afraid that we're going to go over and drop bombs on shit. They're afraid we're going to go over and start blowing things up. So Qatar is essentially doing something for people to evacuate to. Because the protesters, they themselves, like, they're the main body of the people. Anybody that's leaving isn't capable of protesting. Obviously, children, babies, pregnant women, old people. There are going to be people who can't do this stuff. Not because they lack the fortitude, because they lack the capabilities. So that's what Qatar is doing. They're setting up somewhere for people to go as an evacuation point, which is good. They have some of their neighbors realizing what's happening and starting to reach out and help them.
Qatar has evacuated non-essential personnel. Harris.
All right, and the calls from the administration, of course, for certain military personnel around the Middle East to leave that area. We don't have any indications from what you're learning yet what that tells us.
No, we don't. I've reached out to a number of American officials, and it appears at this point this is a precaution to ensure that U.S. forces are not unnecessarily in harm's way. But remember, there are a number of bases across the region, and the Iranians have threatened to target those bases if a military conflict develops.
Trey, thank you very much. In focus now, Brett Velikovich, former Army Special Operations Intel analyst, drone expert, and Fox News contributor. Brett, I'm glad you're with me now. So that last
I don't know how long I've been muted. That's what it was. I accidentally hit my pedal. But this is what we don't want. We do not want to respond with drone strikes. Unless we're going to be like striking a vehicle, dropping a little drone buster on a car, and that's all that's hit is that car, then we don't need to be doing no drone strikes. We don't need a drone expert. Like maybe camera drones, yeah. Camera drones, surveillance drones. But not any, we don't need lethal drones over there.
Speaks to the issue that we've had so many of our military personnel targeted just in the last few years.
All right. I'm done with that. We've got off base. See if there's any more.
Bring in Michael Allen, former National Security Council Senior Director. So there's all of that. Plus in the New York Times, I'm reading this from a state broadcaster saying that I have never seen images.
This happened 25 minutes ago. That's why I went into it. One of the most current things.
Joining me is Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Mr. Foreign Minister, thank you for the time. I'd like to start about the situation on the ground. There are reports, sir, that anywhere from 2,500 to more than 12,000 protesters in various cities have been killed by the regime. How many people have been killed?
Well, thank you, Brett, for having me. Demonstrations started on 28 December, yes, for the economic shortcomings, and for 10 days it was peaceful, and the government engaged with the protesters and with their leaders and tried to solve their problems. Yes, for 10 days it was peaceful, legal demonstrations and protests for economic shortcomings. But after that 10 days, for 3 days we had completely different story. A terrorist operation, when terrorist elements led from outside, entered these, protests and started to shoot, police forces, police officers.
I'm going to debunk that right now. If you're being invaded by a terrorist organization who's shooting your people, you don't take the internet down as a response. I really hope he asks that question. Okay, you say it was a terrorist organization that started this unrest, so why take down the internet? Why take down the internet for the public? That should be a question. If he doesn't ask that question, he fails as a journalist. That should be one of the questions. For me, that stops what he just said stops me in my tracks, and I want to cut him off to say, "Hold on, sir. You said this is due to a outside force who's come in and caused the civil unrest. So then why was the government's response to take down the internet and take the people offline?" It shouldn't be about setting up any executions, because that's already happened after the internet's come down and the protests and the riots already started.
Security forces. And there were...
Yeah, he says right here, started to shoot police forces. Started to shoot police forces. So then why did you take down the internet? If they were harming you...
They used Daesh-style terrorist, operations. They got police officers, burned them alive, they beheaded them, and they started shooting at police officers and also to the people. So as a result...
How do I know any of that's true? How do I know any of that's true? There's no internet connection in your country, so therefore nobody's able to send out and post any videos or send up any videos. Something that extreme, a terrorist organization is not going to go without their propaganda for it. You can't... There's nothing you'll be able to feed me. They'll say a terrorist organization is going to do something like this and not propagandize it. Every one of those organizations in history has always propagandized it. Strike two, buddy.
Result, for 3 days we had, in fact, fighting against terrorists and not, with the protesters. It was completely a different story. The reason I have to explain, and this is important, why they started to shoot at people, for one reason, they wanted to increase the number of deaths. Why? Because President Trump has said that if there are killings, he would intervene. And they wanted to drag him into this conflict. And that was exactly...
Boom! There we go. Strike three. Strike three. So now you're blaming all of this, the other half of it. The first half is a terrorist organization that's infiltrated your country and caused this massive civil unrest. That's the one half of the blame. And the second half of the blame is Donald Trump saying that they will respond if protesters are killed. So protesters hearing this saying, oh yeah, let's martyr ourselves. While your people do believe that in their religion, martyrdom is a big deal in your religion, women wouldn't be shedding their headscarves if they truly wanted to become martyrs for your religion. They wouldn't be. They wouldn't be. They would actually be even more donned up head to toe in it to show the support for it. Again, you're saying these things that are lies. Your internet being taken offline is the biggest scathing red flag that you're trying to spin a narrative. You're trying to spin it like, no, it's the regular people who are the problem. It's the regular people. Donald Trump, you need to tell the people to go back to obeying us and being oppressed and sitting under our thumbs. It was Donald Trump who did it. Oh, and these terrorists that are beheading people, and they're, even though there's no evidence anywhere of it, knowing that terrorists relish in the occasion to like flaunt their terrorism to the world.
Exactly an Israeli plot. They wanted to drag the president of the United States in this conflict, so they started to increase the number of deaths by killing ordinary people, by killing police officers, by starting a kind of, fighting inside the different cities.
Mr. Foreign Minister, you're saying that these killings, these deaths are at the hands of foreign elements inside your country, not by the Iranian regime? That's not what we're being told.
See? He's calling it because it sounds like horse shit. I mean, it smells like it. I'm not even over there and I can smell the horse shit.
When we get people to talk to us on the ground, the internet has been shut off, but occasionally turns back on, and we do hear from people on the ground.
He was about to try to cover for that.
Various stories.
Let's hear it. I want to hear that.
Seeing snipers positioned on rooftops in downtown Tehran, firing into crowds of peaceful protests, turning abruptly into scenes of carnage, panic as bullets pierce through people's heads and torsos, sending bodies toppling to the ground, and an emergency room treating 19 gunshot patients in a single hour. The regime is on a killing spree, said one protester, and we've seen the video of body bags stacking up. You are saying that all of this is because you're not in control of your country and foreign elements are killing people inside your country?
No, I'm telling you that it was a fighting between our security forces and terrorist elements who had a plan to create a big number of killings in order to provoke President Trump to...
Oh. So you're saying when the protests happened, that Donald Trump, when he made his statement, these terrorists decided, okay, well, let's try to get them to kill people. You wouldn't have turned the internet off. It would have been like headline news. We've been invaded by a terrorist force. They're killing police officers and security. Like, it would have been the headline news. Again, your lies just stack up like beautiful flapjacks. Slice of butter.
To enter into this conflict and start a new war against Iran. And that was exactly an Israeli plot. The footages that...
That's good. You know when somebody's playing into a hand. You really, really do. You. Like, there's a lot of things that country does, but I doubt even they really cared about the protests that were happening. Like, if your government wasn't oppressing people, if you and your government buddies weren't oppressing the people with live under our rule or die, hey, then you kind of wouldn't be in this situation. And I doubt I could be wrong in that. And like, I am a pretty Israel's kind of funny and a lot of stuff they do guy. This just doesn't seem like an Israel thing. I feel like most of what they're trying to do is they're still dealing with damage control for the Charlie Kirk thing. They're trying to get Donald Trump to let them nuke all the Palestinians and enforce anti-Semitic laws in the United States. I don't really think that they could have been paying attention to the ultimate Iran situation.
You mentioned have not been seen in Iran. I have to tell you that a misinformation campaign is going on at the same time.
And you're suggesting that it's Israel and Mossad acting like Iranian forces, shooting the Iranian people to make casualties to spur on the action of President Trump. I'm just saying there's a lot of people that don't believe that, Mr. Foreign Minister.
No, Mossad has already confessed that.
They may be on the ground, sir, but as far as them killing hundreds and hundreds of people to make it look like you did, it does not. We get out that this is a full level of calm. It appears that protests continue in a number of different cities. The exiled Iranian crown prince, talking to people on the ground, said this.
About 12,000 plus.
12,000 plus.
That's what we get so far. It might be more, but that's the minimum number that we know so far have been
killed by the regime. This is not arrested. This is killed.
We are talking about using military weapons, AK-47s, armored trucks to shoot to kill unarmed protesters. Their bodies are being picked up by bulldozers, and they charge each family for the bullet to be able to just retrieve the remains. It's abhorrent what's happening.
You're denying that that's happening, or you're saying it's Israel and Mossad?
Well, we are on the ground in Iran. Those claims are baseless. There is no proof of that. The number of deaths.
Why is that? Why is there? He should be cutting him off. I'm sorry, you don't let somebody this pompous keep going. You gotta rein them in. Like, all right, sir, I've let it go on long enough, but you say these things. There's no evidence of this. There's no evidence of that. But that's because you all decided that the best course of action to combat this situation was to shut off all information travel. See what he has to say about that. You can't keep letting people like this keep talking you in circles and then finally get you to the point where you're just fatigued about him dodging the question so much. You ask him point blank, then why did you turn off the internet? And why does it sporadically come on and go off? Is that Mossad as well? Did Mossad attack your internet infrastructure? Because if that's the case, then that, again, would have been headline news all over your news networks. That your internet infrastructure has been infiltrated and is compromised by foreign adversaries. It's not a hard question to ask, and I'm stupid and thought of it.
That's all hundreds. The exact figure would be announced very soon, perhaps tonight, by our authorities.
So you're saying it's less than 1,000?
Oh, so we're meant to take what they say as the number. Sounds like somebody's trying to investigate themselves. FBI.
No, hundreds of people. I certainly, deny the numbers and figures they have said. It is an exaggeration. It is a misinformation campaign only to find excuses to do another aggression against Iran. I can tell you that now it is 4 days that everything is calm. There is no demonstration, there is no unrest, nothing in Iran for the past 4 days. Yes, there has been...
Turn the internet back on then.
...today for funerals. And
again, shut him down and say, okay, if for the last 4 days there's been no civil unrest, then why hasn't the internet been restored to your people? Why are they not back online and not able to show what's going on? That it was all a farce and was a bunch of insurgents infiltrated and tried to get Donald Trump. And why was it random, regular people part of the protests who were screaming this? Why were there people essentially, like, if they could, would have ripped that statue to the ground? But the best they could do is erect the old Iranian flag above it to say, we no longer live under you.
And 2 days ago, a big rally in support of the government and of the system. So people are on the streets.
Oh, that's so funny.
Wow,
So
that's not what we hear when we hear people on the ground.
I can refer you to the tweets and sayings and interviews by Israeli officials, American officials.
Their internet's going to go out.
Claimed themselves that Mossad agents are inside Iran, in the Iranian streets, in Tehran streets. Just look at the X, account of Mossad in Persian. Who said that their agents are in Iran and that they are doing their job.
Okay, I can't push back about where Mossad agents are or not. I can say, if anybody is taunting President Trump, it is the Supreme Leader who took to X and posted this, saying for days now, calling President Trump a tyrant who will be overthrown. Why, if you're saying the Israeli outside forces inside your country are doing this, why would the Supreme Leader himself take to X and taunt the President of the United States?
Well, we were in the middle of a war started against us, and the rhetorics are quite normal in any war. We have many kind of threats by President Trump, by other American officials, by Europeans who are talking about Iranian, things in Iran. So we consider these 3 days, 8th January.
Talking about the things in Iran, like what? Like how you guys kill people that you disagree with, like your whole society's built on the objectification of women. You treat women like they're less than dirt. That's literally the only reason they have to wear that thing is because it's their fault that you men are pigs. Like the men of your country are pigs. Women have to wear that stuff because you all are so bad at self-control. Like, that's how bad you are. Like, as bad as people talk about how bad it is, the United States is really bad with sexual assaults and rape. No. These people, the way these people objectify women, the way these guys do, no. There's a whole reason they are made to wear that stuff, because these guys think that it's the women are the problem of why men can't stop raping women. It's not bad in America. We got it pretty goddamn good here, because this is what this country is like. this country, Afghanistan, Iraq, these countries objectify women. To them, women are nothing more than somebody who's just to bear their children. To them, they have no worth in their society. That's the kind of people these people are. Him and his supreme leader buddy. So whatever propaganda he's trying to spit is a complete fabrication. His people, those people want that all to be done.
To 10, which we faced with a vast terrorism operation as the continuation of 12-day war that were imposed on us by Israelis and Americans. So the 13th day of war was 8th January. That was the continuation of the war. So we were in the middle of the war. And now, after 3 days of terrorist operation, now there is a calm. We are in full control. And let's, hope that wisdom would prevail and we don't go for a high level of tension, which could be disastrous for everybody.
Are you moving forward with hangings of some of the protesters, or at least one of the protesters?
You see his the moment his eyes are, oh shit. He's like, his brain shorted out. He was not ready for that question. That was not one question he was ready for.
I haven't heard about that, and there is no any hanging today or tomorrow or whatever. That's
Friday.
Friday.
I can tell you, I'm confident about that. There is no plan for hanging at all.
Okay, well, you've heard the president's talk, President Trump, and you've heard his concern about crossing this red line. And you've heard him shut off communications with you because he's seen what he's seen and heard what he's heard on the ground. In fact, he was asked about this possible hanging and what the death he's seeing.
If they hang him, you're going to see some things that I don't know what where you come from and what your thought process is, but you'll perhaps be very happy.
What do you mean by that?
We will take very strong action. If they want to have protests, that's one thing. When they start killing thousands of people and now you're telling me about hanging, we'll see how that works out for them. It's not going to work out good.
How do you read the president's comments over the past few days?
Well, first of all, hanging is out of the question, as I said. This is another piece of...
Now he's going to be firm. He's like, he takes note of that now. He sees how serious that is. Well, it remains to be seen, but with the fact that there's a country of people who are fighting a real fight, and while we have our own struggles here, all we can do is at least show some type of support to them. And if it's that, and if that's getting them some Starlink internet so that they can tell what's really going on over there. I have nothing holding me here. There's a lot of military soldiers around the country that really has not a whole lot holding them down. So a quick mercenary mission is whatever. We'll crowdfund the money to get there. Because we'll treat it just like that. Treat it like a GoFundMe page. The GoFundMe for getting Iranian internet back. Smuggle a Starlink terminal into into Iran. Yeah, I would do it. Like I said,
that they have started to provoke
I don't feel like I'm useful here in this country right now anyway.
This question, and which could have disastrous consequences. And on your first point that you mentioned that he cut any communication with Iran, this is not the first time. You remember that we were negotiating in June when
What was that?
they decided to attack us. We were in the middle of negotiations. We had 5 rounds of negotiations between me and Steve Witkoff, and we had already fixed the 6th round for 15 June when they, in 2 days before that, they attacked us.
Because you came on this show and you said you were never going to reduce legitimate enrichment. You were never going to drop it down. You also talked about continuing a ballistic missile program. Is that continuing today? That's why the president said he was moving forward on the nuclear program that was expanding.
No, both enrichment and our defense capabilities are our legitimate rights. No, as a full and committed member of NPT, we have every right to do enrichment for peaceful purposes. And you cannot tell another country that you shouldn't exercise your right, otherwise you will be attacked.
But Mr. Foreign Minister, we talked about this months ago. Are you open to direct talks with the Trump administration to try to find a solution that could de-escalate heightened regional tension after all that's happened?
Iran is still insisting on its peaceful nuclear program, including enrichment. But our position has not changed. We are still, committed not to go for nuclear weapons, but we are not ready to give up our legitimate right for peaceful use of nuclear technology, including enrichment.
Legitimate peaceful purposes. Legitimate peaceful purposes for a nuclear program usually are not buried a mile down deep. And that is where the concern was.
President Trump proved to be against diplomacy when he attacked us in June and when now he decided to cut any communication. So if there is any real interest to engage into, to promote understanding and to understand what's going on really on the ground, he has to pay attention to the realities and not to the misinformation provided to him by those who want to drag him into another war.
Again,
but you didn't answer that other question. What's with the shit-eating grin? What's with the con smile? What's with the con smile? You literally just deflected what he said, what he asked, and started talking about the protesters again.
Who does not sound like he's anxious to sit down in talks with President Trump as a country, as he's taunting him, calling him a tyrant who will be overthrown. How do you do that and think that President Trump is going to take that as, oh yes, I should get to the table?
No, come on. We have engaged into negotiation with the U.S. several times with the permission of the Supreme Leader. Why you say that?
Well, just
negotiate. No, let me tell you.
Unless you're telling me that the Ayatollah is not posting this.
Tell me, please wait. We negotiated with the United States several times, and all of them turned into a very negative experience. In 2015, we negotiated for 2.5 years. We concluded a deal, and the United States decided to withdraw with no reason and with no justification. So why we should engage into negotiation with the United States, which means, in fact, when United States talk about negotiation, it means they want dictation and not negotiation. So we have no good experience. This is a fact. Please understand.
Mr. Foreign Minister, on
and he gets this, goes back to the smile. Dude, stop with the smile. It does you. You look like a villain. Somebody had to have taught you public speaking. If you're going to smile, do it with your whole mouth. Don't sit there like, I got you with that one. I got you with that one. And then when he hits you with another question, you go into stammer mode, and then you go back to that, I think I got him. I got him. I think I got him. It does you no service, sir. It does you no service at all. Sitting here with this half-cocked smile, is telling me that you're feeling really cocky, not confident, real cocky about all this.
They came away
Makes me want to slap the taste out of your mother effing mouth.
from those talks saying that you were not pledging to do what you said you would do, and that every time they walked away from the table, they believed you were throwing it out the window as far as enrichment and solutions for that, as far as ballistic missiles, solutions for that, and as far as your role in funding terrorists.
And where's your smile now? Where is your smile now? You don't got him no more. That's where your smile went.
Around the region. Now, I don't want to belabor this point, but the supreme leader
Here we go. Round 7, stammer mode.
posted Mr. Foreign Minister on X numerous times about a taunting for President Trump.
Oh. That ranting American sits there talking about the Iranian nation, spewing a combination of slander and promises, false promises, deception. The U.S. president has said that if Iranian government does such and such, I'll take the side of the rioters. The rioters have put their hopes in him. If he's so capable, he should manage his own country. Iranian people will not tolerate the hirelings of foreign powers. Last night, in Tehran and some other cities, a bunch of people bent on destruction came and destroyed buildings that belong to their own country in order to please the president of the U.S. and make him happy. Our enemies don't know Iran. In the past, the U.S. failed due to their flawed planning. Today, too, their flawed scheming will cause them to fail. Man, America's some scheming places, but
we have not heard from him. Is the supreme leader doing well in Iran? Will we hear from the supreme leader in this case?
No, he is doing well, and he is, in full control of the country, and people are supporting.
he shouldn't be.
As everybody saw today in the funeral of those who were killed by terrorists, and 2 days ago in rally of.
He doubled down on the terrorist thing.
On the outside and on the inside.
There he goes with a smile.
The Iranian economy is in a free fall. That is what started a lot of these protests, despite you saying that this was started from the outside and from Israel and Mossad. Our reporting is that it was started by frustrated people with the economic situation and frustrated for years of oppression from the regime.
For 10 days it was peaceful and it was tolerated by the government, but after that we had 3 days.
Oh, so 13 days over the last, 47 years? I think that's how long y'all have been in power. So 3 days, 13 days out of 47 years. Yeah, that's a good balance. That's a good balance.
Of terrorism operation.
You said that, but now you're saying it's entirely peaceful.
Now, no, it is calm. There is no demonstration. There is no protest. It is for 4 days that everything is, calm.
Okay, so what do you tell, if you have a message,
Now, see, again, I doubt for this last even little bit of section, he's going to bring up the internet thing. If everything is so calm, so peaceful, and so good, why isn't X only filled with what's going on there? Like, it's filled with the same stuff that's been going out, but there's nothing. Explore news. Okay, so I don't see anything about
wow, there's a lot happening today. Things are amping up in Iran, which is going to be where we begin in just a minute. But first, just a couple of highlights of where we're going. Reza Pahlavi, who's acting like he could step in and be the leader, and he can't. He's like, he hasn't even been in Iran in like 40 years. He has no constituency. Actual Iranians, if you watch their videos, are like, who? No, it's not him. I think he's.
And that's what I said the other day. I said he's not the Iranian people are there that I don't know. People like to put the figurehead like that. What they're fighting for is their figurehead. Like you can't take away what they're fighting for to insert a person in there. Like their fight is what it is.
CNN's version of, again, the Iranian Jeb Bartlett, just going to plop in there, and he's so super friendly to America. And like the Iranians, I haven't seen any constituency over there being like, yeah, that's the one we want. So the question is who? I don't know. So, it's
That's the one guy. No, it's somebody else. That's what I said. That's what I said. You can tell them to raise up, but if they don't have any structure put into place, it's gonna be hard for them to take that control. Yeah, we just actually watched that. Just watched that. Dude needs to check that smile. That smile does not make him look good. It's a foreign plot. That was that's the funniest part. Not at all. That's funny. Enough of that. Just getting to be the overly sentimental, non-informational shit. I'm looking for information, folks. I don't need all the sentiment shit. We need to relay information and pass information around. I've seen that. What's up, floofs? Love you, little guy.
People to be going on, man. Hey, you keep that false narrative that you be going on. It's a nonsense.
You should get in your car because
you should not be doing that, right? You are creating misinformation. This is not fair. It's not fair for the American people to be doing that. It's not fair. It's not fair what you mean. You cannot be doing that. You're not being fair.
How?
This country is built on fairness. You're not being fair. You cannot come into the community and be doing that.
So we shouldn't allow fraud to be happening, right?
Let the legal system do its job.
Well, it's failed.
We got a governor. We got an attorney general. Let them do the job.
They would have been doing their job. Y'all wouldn't been able to steal millions of dollars with their help.
You're not in a position to do the job.
So it's the job. Oh, that's what he's saying. Let them steal from you. It's their job to steal from you. So we need to let them steal from us. Gotcha, guy. Oh. You can't make this shit up. Stupid people just exist to exist. Oh. Yeah. That's what happens when you drive drunk. Is that what happened? I mean, how? I mean, oh. What's the relevance of the black Jeep beyond being a football player? Nobody gives a shit. What the hell happened here? Drove through the intersection and straight smashed that car. It was the Jeep that went through and smashed. So it was the Hemi Jeep. The Jeep with the big engine in it. So no one was charged? That looks like the most easiest case of drunk driving I've ever seen. And who was the driver? That does not correlate with what's in that video. Okay, so you say that you dropped your phone. That's an acceleration. That's decelerating. Accelerating. No, you didn't drop your phone. You're a fucking liar. You're a liar. Hopefully this is actually evidence that they can be charged with something, because I can guarantee you this is bigger than a distracted driving thing. And even then, there are laws against distracted driving. Is nobody charged? It is what it is. Right there. How drunk do you got to be to do this? But like normal, he's a football player. He plays for the Cincinnati Bengals. So therefore, nothing will happen. Nothing at all. This person is still going to be out of vehicle. They're going to still be playing on Sundays, making millions of dollars to keep doing this stuff over and over and over again. For one, they fled from the scene of a crash. That I'm pretty sure is a crime. That's a chargeable offense. Guarantee they're all intoxicated. They let someone else flee. That's why it's an unknown female who's probably a prostitute. And an OnlyFans model is still a prostitute. Just a different caliber of prostitute. Yeah, the fact that no one was arrested or charged is insane. If it was a normal person, they'd still be on trial. Normal people don't get to do this kind of stuff and get away scot-free. She's a nosy bugger, aren't she? Oh. Is he a rapper?
We are here to address a domestic violence incident involving professional boxer Gervonta Davis,
Nope, he's a
also
boxer.
known as Tank. Out of respect for the victim's rights and privacy, the victim's identity will not be released in accordance with Marcy's law.
Well, duh. That's cool. I don't think we should, but we're going to end up having to help them push along, because they've been disarmed. The public is disarmed. he does not stop.
Texas. Hey, California. Look at the price of fuel. Baytown, Texas.
The fact that anybody even thinks Gavin Newsom is
is attributable to U.S. Secret Service deputies. Breaking news: we have a.
I'll piss. I don't give a shit about Laura Loomer's reaction.
This is attributable to U.S. Secret Service Deputy Director Matthew Quinn. I'm going to read this to you. We're going to put this on the screen for you as I read it. Quote, the U.S. Secret Service has no tolerance for any behavior that could potentially compromise the safety, privacy, or trust of our protectees. This incident is under investigation, and the employee involved has been placed on administrative leave with his clearance suspended and access to agency facilities and systems revoked. The U.S. Secret Service has also issued an order for all personnel to retake the agency's required anti-espionage training.
Like, you got to be kidding me, man. What kind of anti-espionage training can you learn in 2 years that somebody says, let me see your ID with your picture again? Like, she was like, I didn't need anti-espionage training to tell that was the weirdest question to ever ask. And I would have, if it was me, I'd be like, for one, she wouldn't have been able to ask the second time. As if she saw it again, seeing it for a second time. There would have been no first time. It would be weird. Especially if you look like him and some random chick just walks up and talks to you. That's not how any of this works. If a woman just randomly walks up to you and talks to you, and you're a man, to be honest, I don't know. I've been in many bars and many situations, even when I looked a lot better than I do now. It looked a lot more inviting. And I've never once had a woman just randomly come up and start talking to me, wanting to get to know me. It's just not a thing. It really is not. And you may think, well, I'm in the Secret Service. I'm in a different caliber. I'm a different caliber of man. Sure, guy. Sure. You are no different. Men, all men, unless you have money falling out of your pores, all men are looked at like video gamers to women. They will not approach you unless they think they can actually get something out of you. It's a game for them, but it's not a game for us. because you're easily a target when you leave yourself vulnerable, thinking that you look so fly and so fresh. I'm approachable to any woman out here. Not how any of this works. The fact that the video started, the first question, I'm like, this has got to be a skit. That's fake. There's no way this is real. No way. But no, it appears as such. And I've never taken anti-espionage training. I've taken training on what you do if you find yourself as a hostage. But that's for when you're in combat. So he's right. If this dude couldn't tell that he was talking to an undercover somebody, you have no hope to fend off actual espionage. These people are just journalists trying to expose stuff. I've never really watched a ton of James O'Keefe's coverage, but I know he's an independent journalist who does a lot of undercover work. Maybe not him himself, but he employs a lot of undercover journalists and investigators.
Now, what's interesting about that is that the Secret Service is vulnerable to espionage. And if this agent can't figure out a citizen journalist is involved in this, how can they figure out if a foreign government is playing him? This is a colossal misstep, and far beyond the magnitude of anything he actually said. He did not know that he was divulging this to a citizen that could have been a Chinese spy. As an agency, he's been exposed to every spy agency in the world, and that's why they're doing this espionage training, and that's why this is a huge failure. Now, I'm at two reactions. We have another bit of breaking news. The Secret Service issued a memo. I just got handed this memo, and I believe we have Laura Loomer on the line.
I feel like I have to listen to her because she's going to be talking about this memo.
Can we bring on Laura Loomer?
And it feels like that's the only way I'm going to find out about this memo without having to do more research.
We obtained this memo inside the Secret Service. Is Laura, are you there?
Yeah, well, phenomenal job once again, Gene.
No, shut up. No, son of a... There we go. To men and women of Secret Service, over the past several months, an agency employee was deliberately targeted and manipulated by a citizen journalist media organization that misrepresented itself in an effort to get close to the employee and expose sensitive information. This is the second time in less than a year that our personnel have been subjected to this same deceptive tactic. Again, if you guys are like so butthurt that you were gamed by journalists, you won't have any reaction to when it happens by a foreign government, because then you'll end up dead. They'll kill you. should be part of their plan, and they'll need a scapegoat. So if you can't protect yourself from journalists, you sure as hell won't be able to protect yourself from somebody who's been training in espionage from the time they were born until the time they made you. Sadly, in this instance, the employee failed to meet the standards demanded of this agency and engaged in conduct that runs counter to our values, our policies, and the training we provide to prevent exactly this type of compromise. I recognize that situations like this can involve real personal pressures, and I do not dismiss the gravity of that. Still, I am disappointed in how this was handled and in the impact it will have on others. When one person falls short, it places an added burden on the colleagues who are left to rebuild trust that each of us works hard every day to earn and protect. The truth is, the overwhelming majority of you get this right. You show up with professionalism, humility, and a deep respect for the privacy of those we protect. You embody service over self, and you honor the discretion that our protectees deserve. That discretion is not negotiable. Discretion and respect for privacy are fundamental to this work and to the trust placed in us. If someone cannot meet that expectation consistently, then this may not be the right type of profession for them. Damn. I would ask those individuals to take a moment to reevaluate why they are here and why we do this job. Our mission demands a higher standard, and we owe it to each other and to those we protect to uphold it. To the overwhelming majority, the quiet professionals exceeding the standard every day, thank you for your support, service, and sacrifice. That's a direct attack on anybody who's working on the detail as a Biden holdover. That right there is these last couple lines are direct jabs at them. All the holdovers that don't like Trump and Vance, but they're just there because it's a job that they got somehow, only being part of the United States for 2 years. I mean, I unironically want whores taxed at 99% and every other millionaire, billionaire paying absolutely nothing. She's not capable. She lays down, spreads her butt cheeks for somebody who gives her $1. I've been on OnlyFans. I know how the content works on that website. They spam you with messages with nudes in them. It's basically pay per play. And as long as you keep subscribed to their page, you keep getting access to their stuff, unless you're willing to pay per message type stuff. Then she charges you every message that she sends to you with nudies and videos. You pay for that, and you keep doing that over and over and over again. That's why she's a millionaire. She's not a millionaire because she's intelligent. She's not capable. She's capable of spreading her butt cheeks for people. Congratulations. It makes you a prostitute. No different than a dude that's doing it. I've done it. I haven't spread my butt cheeks for nobody, but I walked around naked on camera for $1 or $2. But I am not a whore. Dude's a super nerd. He has no idea. Wish some people would just learn English before they type shit.
I might have said that, but that's just talking to me.
Okay. Why is it tweeting this?
I told John though. I might have said, but then I guarantee you, I might have said that, but they edited where they said, oh, I wouldn't have him on there. I never said that. Okay.
I feel it. It's all good though. I don't get it. Guys, Mount Rushmore is for the OG. And that's the whole point of it. Guys, if you're gonna ask me a Mount Rushmore and want a non-Mount Rushmore idea, it's like,
Well, I'm just gonna move on because I didn't hear anything that was said. That's crazy. Say, nope, I'm going to try again. Whatever, dude. That dude, they need to get him out of politics already. Otherwise, he's going to sell us to the nearest country. What's true, man? You shredding my rug? Or my rubber rug? Back here shredding my rubber rug. I was talking about that earlier. Let's see what Asmund says about it.
The Supreme Court is now debating on what a woman is. Listen to this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since you bring it up, why don't we start there?
Yeah, we watched that earlier. Let's see what he has to say.
That can get pregnant. I do take care of people that don't identify as women. That
Can men get pregnant?
again, as I'm saying,
Let me just remind you what you testified to a moment ago. Science and evidence should control, not politics.
I don't know how anybody can watch this and not come to the conclusion that this woman is absolutely insane and should be she should have her license taken away from her.
I said the same thing. I said the exact same thing. She should not have a license. It is crazy that we give these people a license. Oh my god, I said the exact same thing. It's so funny.
Like if you
And remember, I don't do this every day. Or I have been, because I don't have anything else. But it's like it's not he's not even part of my chamber, and I'm hearing the echo.
you think that men can get pregnant, or you can't answer this simple biological reality, you should be disbarred, or like not disbarred, but like, you know, have your license totally taken away. Like, what are we doing with this? It's insane that this is even happening. Like, and this is the problem, is that I don't think that we are nearly aggressive enough with these people that are trying to.
Oh, I just wanted that. I really just wanted that, because that is exactly what that's like, down to the letter in what I was saying. What the hell is that thing? Okay. Bypass that. That's it's crazy. That's the exact same thing I said. We need to stop giving these people access to the highest orders.
So basically, there's a post. This is a person. It's like saying, I'm like, this is actually crazy to say about
I
somebody.
think I've seen it. I watched this the
Crazy
other
to
day.
say. I'm thinking, like, you know, I'm already in a lawsuit, right? I'm already in a lawsuit.
Yeah, I've seen
I'm
this.
already regularly talking to lawyers. Maybe I should sue this guy.
So I'm going to have to give this a big context. Normally, a post like this with 100,000 likes would be career-ending for most streamers. In 2024, Asmund did a couple of streams with Kaisi. She has been a streamer on Twitch since 2018 and an adult content creator for years, way before meeting Asmund. After a couple of months of streaming with Asmund, Kaisi posted this on Instagram with the caption,
"Happy birthday in advance to me, who is 18 every year."
She also immediately pinned and hearted this other comment to avoid any confusion because, of course, the implications would be insane, given she has posted adult content for years before this. But someone still went and changed her famous birthdays page using that date, the same page that basically says she started full-time streaming when she was 12. What's amazing is that we had the same thing happen last year. I'll let you guess from which community this came from.
As Mongold laughs at the attempt from haters on Reddit, accusing him of dating an underage girl, Casey, who is a streamer and in her 20s. Those allegations were proven false pretty quickly as the age didn't match up. I do have to point out that the accusation was levied from an obsessive Hassan fan. That subreddit and their mods allow this type of environment to attack Hassan's perceived enemies.
I saw this, bro. People love writing fan fiction. It is crazy. And to me, it's really funny for me to see this happen. They just run out of actual stupid things to complain about, and now they write out fan fiction as well. I don't give this a lot of attention. It's just bullshit. But yeah, Son Orbers, yeah, it's just, I don't know why you'd make up bullshit like that. 122,000 likes about me being a pedophile. That's pretty crazy. And then you also have, by the way, the person blocked me, and I hate asking people, what's the proof of any of it?
That's like the tea, the icing on the cake. There we go. My brain stopped working for a second. That's the icing on the cake too. Is that he can't even do anything, can't even interact with it because they got him blocked, so that he can't interact with it.
Of this, yeah, even people, we just make stuff up now. That's a serious.
We just make some
with
up.
no receipts. But you guys don't. By the way, I see some people saying the age of consent 17. Listen, if you are my age, if your age starts with a 3, you don't need to be dealing with anybody that's 17. Okay?
No.
I'll talk to my lawyers next time I have a meeting with them. Then I'll see kind of what their input is. Right? It's so cringe to see something like that happen. But
It's gross, man. Anybody making any type of false accusation against somebody for this shit, you know it's false. You making that accusation is just trying to cause a stir on the outside, try to get somebody to rush to your aid and stomp out somebody. Do not do this stuff. This should be punished worse than what you're accusing, because this has lifelong ramifications. Even if it's not true, people are stupid and they latch on to shit and they will not let things go. And they will harass you forever because of things. So he should sue everybody that is showing support to that. You don't know that or have any evidence to it, but you're willing to throw your life away to slander somebody for it. Have fun. That's a short stream today. Usually she's more than an hour.
Oh my God. I got retweeted by the vice president. So this is the big news. The ICE agent who shot Renee Good on January 7th in Minneapolis, Jonathan Ross, suffered internal bleeding to the torso following
I was
the
reading that
incident.
just a moment ago.
It's almost as if she hit him. Well, what we're witnessing right now is a complete and absolute narrative collapse.
You know, I've been a defense attorney for a long time. A conviction here is probably going to be very, very, very unlikely. When the vehicle goes forward and he's actually hit with the vehicle, if that happens, then I don't think there's really going to be any court that's going to say that that's not a serious threat. Where you could say this may not be as clean a shoot as you want, but I don't think this officer will go to jail. I don't think there's going to be any charges brought. The officer being in front of the car doesn't give the person sitting in the car license
the right to run them over.
To hit the gas and run down the officer.
I think it's fair to consider CBS straight fascist government media. We are witnessing a total narrative collapse. There have been like 5 different arguments that these people have made. At the beginning, they said that she was just trying to drive her kids to school. Then they said that she was afraid. Then they said that she didn't hit him. And now they're saying that CBS is state-funded propaganda fascism. JD retweeted me. Did he really? Let me see. Got retweeted by the vice president. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. I don't really talk about this a lot because I think that it's kind of like an ego thing. I know there are other streamers that like talking a lot about how, you know, they get mainstream credibility and mainstream approval. There's a lot of guys that are in really high places that I've spoken to and communicated with, and they're really nice guys, and some of them really appreciate what I do. And this is what I said too. Wow, it's almost as if the thing that obviously happened because it was recorded from multiple angles and analyzed by the whole world on a frame-by-frame basis actually happened. Amazing. Looking forward to seeing the next goalpost shift. Well, unfortunately, we're not going to see the next goalpost shift. What we're going to see instead is just them agreeing with each other and lying. I'm not even kidding you guys. This is what somebody said in response. I think we all suffer from internal bleeding because blood runs through our body.
Like, you can't be that retarded. You can't.
The killing in Iran is stopping, and it's stopped, and it's stopping. And there's no plan for executions or executions. So I've been told that on good authority. We'll find out about it. I'm sure if it happens.
Again, did you ask about the internet? Do they have their internet back? I've seen no reporting. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Has there been any reports of the internet being restored to the people of Iran? I don't give a shit. Fucking figure it out. Exactly. Their internet is shut off. So I don't care if that guy in a smirky smile says that there's no plans for any of this. The one question he should have been asked wasn't asked. And you didn't even think to ask it. Then why is the internet still largely blacked out across the country? If there's none of this supposedly happening, and it's just some terrorists, then why hasn't the internet been restored? Because if it is terrorists, you would be able to you would have the excuse ready to go. Well, that's because they took out our internet. And you could easily have evidence to support that, because it would be an investigation on your side, right? You'd be able to produce that evidence, right? Again, why are these questions not being asked? Should be wholeheartedly asking them, if all of this is supposedly taking place and not taking place, then why is the internet still blacked out? It's a super, super simple question. A very, very simple question. Why isn't the internet why hasn't the internet been restored, and they still are having to connect in roundabout niche ways. Partial or limited access exists, but only in niche ways. Starlink satellite internet. Huh. Again, it's a super easy question. Super easy. And I'm not intelligent. I am not intelligent, and I don't know how you aren't finding this an easy question to ask. One of the first things you bring up, and one of the least visited things throughout. Explain that. Have them explain that. And then we can go into this. None of this is happening. Because if it is actually some terrorist organization that's infiltrated you, you will have evidence of such. And you won't still be hiding it, giving yourselves time to build the cover story. You're saying it's Israel, but even me, who is not quick to believe that Bibi Netanyahu has a hand in a lot of shady shit, I'm not believing that this is Israel. I can't. I mean, they might have some hand in something, but no, they don't have a hand in taking your internet out and hiding all of this stuff from the world. I mean, come on. Somebody smarter than me has to step up and ask the question. Asman, if one of your people happen to come by my video, make sure to ask the question. Get the vice president to ask the question. I don't even want the recognition. Just ask the goddamn question. Why is the internet still out for them? Why is it that the government is still trying to actively jam Starlink signals? Ask them this question. It's fucking insane. I've watched 3 things now that should have asked that very question to those very people that should have been asking it. And he should have even, let's see if he says something about it.
Will be very upset, including you will be very upset.
And moments ago, Iran closed its airspace without explanation, at least temporarily. Here to discuss this, Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton. Senator, 3 hours ago...
Yeah, no, they're going to talk about airspace now. Like, they're not talking about the internet thing no more. It's like the question of the window's passed. Do you think you're going to be able to get that dude on the phone again to be able to ask that question now? No. It's... You failed. You have failed. You have failed. Your colleagues have failed. You all have failed. You had one opportunity to ask one vital question that could have literally proved how big of a lie they're trying to spin. Or it could have proved, given the credibility to what they're saying. But you didn't. You all still fail as these reporting institutions. And I don't wonder why. Don't wonder why. You all just don't wonder why you fail. Because I'm telling you exactly why. And you can just go back and watch your posterity's sake videos to see why you all fail at this. And people would much rather watch Asmongold or Hassan, if they're into that kind of view, or anybody else besides you all. We watch you all to laugh and parody you and get the information from us for us to regurgitate, because you all fucking suck. You all are fucking terrible at this. I'm not even part of this, and I feel like I'm better. Well, part of the idiocy, I don't know how bad I am, how bad I truly am, But at least I know at least I at points have times when I ask questions that does seemingly have merit, because one of the major things that they did to make sure that nobody knew what was going on in that country was to take out the internet. And then when Elon Musk tried to get the Starlink satellite shot in there, they actively start jamming it. But then we don't revisit that when it's presented to us on a platter. Because it's a rebuttal question. It is literally sorry, bud. I'm not yelling at you. I'm getting heated and amped. What we do. You're good. He got a little bit excited. I don't even remember what I was talking about. Oh, it was presented to you all. It was presented to you all on a platter. When he started talking about all the positive things, it's been peaceful for the last few days and this and that and the other. Nobody's doing anything. There's no protest. We have complete control. We have this, that, and the other. The rebuttal question to that, because your guy was rebuttaling. He was doing some good rebuttals, but then he had no good follow-ups. And you got him on his heels. The last question that he should have asked should have been, okay, I hear you, and the American people now hear you, that everything's under control and has been for 4 days, right? So why hasn't the internet been restored to your people? And you end it there. You can literally end the segment there, cut his ass off, and not let him answer the question if you wanted to. If you wanted to push an agenda. But he'll probably end it because he won't have a good rebuttal. Because the good rebuttal is going to be it was taken out by terrorists. Terrorists took out our internet. We're pretty sure it was definitely Mossad in Israel. But you guys failed. You guys failed. Didn't ask the question. So Asman needs to essentially find a way of asking that question on X to get JD Vance to respond to it, or just text him, dude. I know you text JD Vance. If somebody comes across my video, the stream, whatever, they're picking through my stream looking for stuff. If that's what you're doing, then take it to Asman and have him text JD and be like, hey, have somebody bring up to Iranian officials on why, if everything's so under control and has been for the last 4 or 5 days, the internet hasn't been restored and you all are still actively blocking satellite signals from Starlink. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Ask the question. Just ask it. I mean, that will be my shout out. That will be my shout out. You ask the question. If I hear you talking about this tomorrow, I know somebody's gotten to that question because I've seen so many things that have not asked that easy, simple question. It's a simple question. Why isn't the internet restored? There's no way. I'm intelligent. I'm not intelligent. I'm not intelligent. There's no way I'm intelligent enough to be the only person that asks that question. That's why I'm saying it. There's no way. It's impossible. It's a statistic and probability for me being intelligent enough to ask a question that the greater journalistic world is not asking. Or even like hinting to, like, wait a second. He said everything was hunky-dory. Why isn't the internet back online? Hold on. Like usually when Spectrum says everything's hunky-dory, my internet pops back up. And I'm back online. So if everything's hunky-dory, then why is the internet back on? Like, there's no way. I'm not smart. I'm not intelligent. There's no way. So somebody text JD Vance and have him ask the question. Have the somebody get into a shouting match with the supreme leader on X. A big name, preferably an Iranian woman, because he'd respond. Then you ask her just like that, have her say, "Oh, everything's so hunky dory, isn't it? But why isn't the internet back on, huh? Explain that, Mr. Ayatollah. I am Mama easy breezy, beautiful cover girl." It's a simple question. I'm not intelligent, so somebody else has to have had to have noticed it and asked the question and reported on it. Okay, so it's intentional. Yeah, we know it's intentional. But have they also brought up that supposedly it's been calm and peaceful for 4 days? So are they going to give it a week and try again before they turn it back on? Mm-hmm. So not everybody's kind of saying bits and pieces, but nobody's saying the greater thing. And that's what I said to him. Tell them, yes, you will act if they don't restore international communication for the people, also known as internet. If they don't restore the internet, then you will take it as a sign as they're trying to find a way to cover it all up and create the perfect alibi. We've watched that cover up happen way too often in this country to let some random country try to play a game with it. So no, it doesn't sound like anybody's asking what I'm saying. So again, Asman, bring it up to somebody. Whoever, if somebody gets a hold of this and says, here's maybe a good question to ask. Ask why all these places they're questioning your motives and your reasoning for this, but you've not given anything concrete. You say it's been calm and under control for 4 days, but the internet's still not restored. So is the internet being restored, or is that calm and secure? Like it's got a time frame. Like we'll see what it looks like in a week. We'll revisit it in a week. We'll see if they all deserve to have the internet in a week. Because to me, that's even more cause for concern. Because if you're saying this is all conditional for calm and security, no, that's a little bit weird. That you need to hide what you're doing in calming and securing civil unrest. It's worrisome. So again, somebody text JD Vance and ask the question. Just text him and ask it. I don't even need, just when you post it online, just make sure it's on like X or YouTube or something through like Asman's page or something, so that I know that it's been asked. Otherwise, I'm going to keep bringing it up every time I see shit about Iran and their internet not being restored. Like, why are we still not talking about why the internet's not restored? And we're a week later. I thought this thing had like a week sand dial, or yeah, it would be a sand dial, wouldn't it? Little sand timer that you turn over, whatever it is. Yeah. Just post it on YouTube or something. Somebody needs to ask the question, because it's a big one. It's a big question, and I just can't fathom that. Like, we're asking bits and pieces of it, but we're not asking the all-encompassing one. Like, what kind of time constraint are you looking at for calm and security? Because it's been 4 days, you said. It's been 4 days and still no internet. You say there are no plans for these executions. Why, again, why take down the internet in general? If you were getting invaded by a foreign force, why take down the internet altogether? Ask these questions, man. Somebody just ask questions. Just ask the dumb question. Even if they're dumb, just ask them. I mean, they don't sound dumb to me. Maybe they sound dumb to somebody else. Maybe there's an expert in question asking and would be able to tell me that those are dumb questions. Are there any expert question askers? Are there any expert question askers out there that could tell me if my question is a dumb question? That's so dumb. I'm not unintelligent. Really, I'm not. So I'm gonna go make some food and do some highlighting and some more job applying. Because so yeah. Till then, till next time.